Pay attention. I believe we left off with discussion of financial status in the budget, and that was agendized by Ms. Gavin.
Which I believe you wanted an executive session.
Well, the budget aspect of it is not complete. The issue with the budget and why I noticed the budget specifically is because the policy manual requires that if we overspend a budget line by 10%, the budget needs to be revised. Also, we've not hit our revenue goals this year, which means that some of the expenses need to be revised down. This takes into consideration possibly also the Kennedy Victory Fund money. Anyway, we need to revise some of the lines of the budget. Not ready to do that yet because some of the budget line numbers that were used in the budget that we approved last year do not match or did not match. Hannah worked on those to match the P&L line numbers. So we had to kind of go in and match up numbers and things and change names and move things around. It's just not quite get there yet. I have a few more questions. So I think that this is something that we can distribute and talk about offline, identify the lines that need to be revised, and we can look at it and we can talk about some options. It's also a good exercise to do right now because obviously we're gonna have to deal with a new budget coming up. So there's that. I do know in terms of the finances, nobody's been really expressing any concern over our finances, and I have been very concerned about it. Yes, we did get $61,000, and we're going to have 31 more, and I don't know how much more will be coming in. For the Kennedy Victory Fund, our revenue, it's not picked up, our fundraising is not picked up. We've got some things coming up there.
So yeah, I have some financial concerns, and we have budget overhaul.
Yeah. We have no cash reserve. I mean, we need
a cash reserve, we need additional help, and I'm hopeful that at the end of this, if we pass the strategic plan today, I'm gonna get some help with fundraising calls. I think that's something that we can do in the immediate short term. We need to get Zoho operational. That requires a little bit more money, I think, and time for Andy Buckovich. We're close, and we sort of ran out on funding with the contractor. So we're close, we're using it, but it's not generating revenue for us. Mr. Hanna.
I had a couple of questions about the hotel bill. Number one, we need to look at the resolution on that.
Well, as a matter of fact, thank you for asking. We did get an email from the hotel last night. They did not address most of our issues. We had, so the hotel bill is $290,000. We had $27,000 worth of issues that we addressed with them. I can tell you what those all are. We don't care.
Yes, well, this is my next question.
We did meet with them, it was a month ago, and we did hear back from them. They did not address, they only addressed one item. And then they're not going to be giving us, most of what we asked for with that one item.
If we're gonna have this discussion now, then I'm gonna skip the convention committee report. This is why I waited to put it in until this morning, so that we got that email.
So yes, we are closer, but, we're gonna have to go back to them.
Yeah.
So the next question was the beverages. Help me understand what's going on with that, because I have an idea, and I want to just throw out accusations.
Well, okay, so, yeah, if we wanna talk about accusations and people who submit their bills, I would like them to go to executive session, because I don't want to trash anyone.
That way I can see Angela.
Can anybody get on that?
Yeah.
You have to-
Move
What's the
executive to go
address?
into executive session to discuss outstanding
Put it on
invoices for
LNC
our
business.
convention, bill,
There was also one
Do
other
you want me to
question
share that
from
with somebody
yesterday
or?
that you needed to,
and,
that was
Evan, you, Evan McMahon.
that Ms.
You know
Harms
Evan?
had about getting.
Does, you know?
and, hold on. I want to make sure our secretary gets this and we're all paying attention. Move to go into executive session to discuss outstanding invoices related to our convention bill
Related, okay.
and,
All right, I'll wait because I'm gonna.
yes, absolutely. And,
And you can turn it off for this.
About
Wait, it's like a
FEC
session.
line
Yeah.
regarding staff. That was my question.
FEC lines regarding staff and additional contractual issues. And yes, with respect to the convention, I'm not making that so broad as it's a discussion of any contract.
Okay, so additional contractual issues brought in that respect.
Takes us to EPCC further down the schedule. Is there any objection to amending the agenda and moving that down? Takes 2/3. I move it. Thank you very much.
We're not skipping it, we're just moving it.
Correct. Hearing none. All right, the agenda is amended. We will increase our EPCC conversation to include guidelines for discussing staff and interacting with staff.
So would that be 30 minutes for that?
Oh, dear heavens.
Doesn't have to be, I'm just wondering. Hopefully not.
Yeah, if you don't use it, we don't use it. It's 40 minutes. Okay, that brings us to reports of standing committees, I think. And that would be, we start off with APRC. Nothing to report. Thank you very much. The awards committee. Struck it.
Struck it, and
Ballot access committee, Mr. Nana, are you ready for a report? Mr. Nana is doing your report. All right.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to read anything in the report, and I will take one.
I'm sorry, what?
It is in the number.
When?
As of yesterday.
Oh, I should have been here.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to go through it briefly.
I
Just trying to say-
I would
No,
like,
that's fine.
Mr. Ann, I think we should go through it.
All right.
There are some comments.
Let's go through it briefly.
You're gonna have to speak up though.
Yep.
All right, so, if you want to look at the report, there's a chart of 300 states that you know what's going on. I'll go through them all very, very briefly. And these are updates since the last ballot access report, the last in-person meeting. So, LNC Alabama, we did some donations with the help of the LNC, to collect nearly 11,000 raw signatures. Those signatures were turned in this past week. We anticipate that drive to be successful. Kentucky, the LNC continues to pay down the encumbrance on this drive. LPKY paid their portion of the drive, and several petitioners are currently on the ground there. I was able to petition in Kentucky earlier this summer, and Mr. Redpath very easily traveled there and collected 700 signatures. His signatures were all volunteer. I may go back down there myself this coming week when I get back on the plane. And with the current production and the inclusion of hiring a firm to collect $1,000 signatures, we anticipate this drive to be successful. Deadline is early next month. Minnesota submitted nearly 2,500 signatures for independent access in early August. Successful. New Hampshire completed their petition drive. They have a weird process where they have to get signatures from town validate it back, and deliver them all to the Secretary of State. Long story short, of the stuff that's been returned, and there are still some outstanding here, both over the 1,500 threshold in both congressional districts, which is required there. So we will be successful there. It's just a matter of it becoming official. It's going to end up costing us significantly more than we would have liked due to some unforeseen collection issues and emergency help we needed at the last minute, but it was successful since the last report. New since the last report, the Ohio party submitted a successful party information drive, LNC funds. Pennsylvania successfully completed ballot access drive since the last report. Rhode Island is currently collecting signatures on a volunteer basis with the help of the Chase campaign. Those hired individuals are very confident, friendly, ready, but we want to continue to monitor on a weekly basis and daily, ready. And that deadline will be here over the next month. That one I flagged for, May. I don't think this doesn't have to be May. Need to, if we can afford it, potentially kick in a very small amount of money there.
Where was
Rhode
it?
Island. If for some reason the person we hired who's doing good work so far doesn't quite get us over the top, once we volunteer, they either have to help or I might get a chance to campaign asking to pay for more. We'll see, but we'll keep an eye on it. $1,000 signatures there, that is stuff they don't where we're at in terms of law yesterday. Tennessee, there's no update on the lawsuit that we filed last term. They submitted nearly 500 signatures for independent status, and I don't think that one's been certified.
Well, I have a few comments about Tennessee.
Well, I only got a couple more to go, so go ahead after this. But, Virginia, the big portion of the drive from the LNC side has been completed since the last report. There's some small amount of cleanup being done for congressional district 10, because there's a requirement for 200 signatures from every congressional district. There's a petitioner there doing that right now. We anticipate to be successful. And Washington also successfully completed the petition drive in the last one to report. One of the petitioners was unfortunately arrested for lawfully collecting signatures. And legal remedies are being explored by both that individual and the state bar.
On the Virginia drive, that deadline is actually Friday at noon, so everything's turned in now.
Okay, I'm gonna after writing that. Good. Next ballot access meeting is August 27th. I'll take questions.
All right.
Well,
Mr. Redpath.
I don't have questions so much as I have comments. I have personally spent 35 days being a full-time petitioner since May. I went to Kentucky originally. That petition, those signatures, they got tossed because I did it before Memorial Day. They restarted. This decision was made by the presidential campaign and Ken Molden in Kentucky to restart the petition drive with the names Chase Oliver and Mike Tremont on the petition because they used stand-in candidates. There was some question as to whether the stand-in candidates in Kentucky were going to cooperate in terms of.
Speak up a little bit.
We're going to cooperate in terms of substituting in the names of Oliver and Tremont. So I gathered 540 signatures over the course of a week. And unfortunately, I did get paid for those signatures at $5 each, but unfortunately those signatures got tossed and the petition drive was restarted subsequent to Memorial Day. I just spent a week and a half there, did 730 in 11 days. My petitioning in Kentucky was interrupted on Tuesday morning, August 13th, with a call from Steve Dossbach. The Tennessee situation was utterly ridiculous. 275 valid sig petition drive that could not be done all along. Did not get done. 275 signatures.
Yeah.
Not done all volunteer. No. Okay, there were people in the Tennessee party who don't like the presidential ticket, who did not cooperate, but still, there should have been enough people there to get it done. So, and the petitioners that were sent from, had previously been in Pennsylvania, were not known quantities, unfortunately. They were sent to Chattanooga. Their production was very poor. And then Steve Dossbach gave them direction, said, they said, we're going to have locations for petitions. Said, go to these festivals on the weekend. Instead, they took the weekend off. They didn't build a petition on the weekend. They took the weekend off instead of a weekday. All right, which they shouldn't have been, the driving here and over, there were too many days off like it or not.
We can fit better.
So unfortunately, I was in the Cincinnati metro area. So I got in the car on Tuesday morning. I drove down to Nashville. I petitioned on Tuesday, late on Tuesday afternoon and evening, and on Wednesday, and then on Thursday morning, and then went to do the signature turn in the Secretary of State's office before the noon deadline on Thursday. It was tough. It was the tough petition. I did a total of 70 signatures, and it was difficult between out-of-towners in Nashville, of which there are a lot, and people at a very low acceptance rate for whatever reason. The total number of signatures, I counted the signatures I had. I was given signatures by a Tennessee LP member who said there were 78 signatures there. The total turn-in was 452, all right, to get 275 net, which is 60 to 61% validity. Should be okay, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be a tragedy if we lose Tennessee, a petition drive 275. We've got to do better with volunteer signatures in this party. We've got to. New Jersey, 800 net signatures. Had to pay. We had to pay $10 a signature ultimately to get New Jersey done. Because it was like the state party, we got it, we don't got it. And only because I got a referral from Lorenzo Big Pen, and I gotta tell you, a lot of petitioning is based on relationships. I've been at this for 36 years, and I was able to find people and get them in emergency situations because I know this person, I know that person, I place phone calls, they know me. A lot of petitioning is based on relationships. And New Jersey, I think we got done. But again, 800 net cities, and we had to pay big bucks, or campaign had to pay
Is the
big
state of
bucks.
New Jersey difficult in the summer, particularly because it depends, I don't know what the rules are, but my assumption is that many of the, from living in Philadelphia, my assumption is that many of the people in New Jersey over the summer are from Pennsylvania, New York, and that many New Jerseyans are in other states.
If you go out and stand in front of public post offices, you shouldn't run into that problem,
Okay,
okay?
yeah.
But
Our problem, not that, our problem, frankly, is.
But 800 is a ridiculous
Yeah.
low number.
Our problem is we can't get people off their ass to see our evidence. That is our problem. And it's becoming increasingly.
275 outside of
on the work's office. We were for a very long time relying on a core group of longtime petitioners for the LP. Unfortunately, one of them tragically passed away, and we heard about that at the convention. And this is gonna keep happening. These folks are getting old, they're falling into bad health. We're not replenishing our bench, either volunteers or new.
Is there, and this again, I'm new to the ballot access issue, so please forgive my questions if they're stupid. Is there a potential complicating factor of if we had convention, national convention slightly earlier, would it be helpful to get these drives started earlier so that we're not going into summer months where we might not get as many registered voters in the state?
It could be somewhat helpful if convention got pushed back a couple of months. I don't know that that's really.
You don't think so?
push
One of
push
these-
forward.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, so early, like maybe the March convention.
right. I don't know that that's a key factor, it certainly would not.
Let's jump to Mr. Gordon, has hand up.
All right, so I'm gonna address New Jersey and Muslim drive. And what I'm gonna say is, I'm not mentioning names, I'm not used to, I used to be called that. And so, let's look at New Jersey specifically, that's 9 million people, they require 800 signatures. You're absolutely right. I will tell you, I'm aware of the internal signature count, who got signatures, and the support of the Chase campaign, boots on the ground volunteers are appalling. Absolutely appalling. And what, in terms of paid signatures, not volunteer signatures, I think it's slightly over 200, which is, by your estimate, you'd actually have to work to not get signatures to do that, right? Go to Rhode Island, I've got a situation right now where I've got 3 people, 2 of them are significant, non-caucus people directly, who refuse to petition for Chase because of insults and some of the noise that's gone on. They refuse to that's person. So we're working with that in mind. Now, ironically, in Rhode Island, our relationship with the JFK people and our relationship with the Green Party got us to deal with the bargain. And I've been allowed to petition at RFK events myself personally. So it's a mixed bag. Your questions are excellent, by the way. They're right on target. What should be happening on summertime is festivals. Festivals for the rest of us. Everybody goes to festivals, hang out outside the parking lot, whatever, and just do their best. But it's not happening. And a lot of it is the failure of individuals in this party from both the campaign side as well as just general population, not having any interest whatsoever specifically to what they're thinking to do for the campaign. So I share your frustration. It's a multifaceted problem, but we're looking at states that should be.
There's a campaign question I would like to respond to, or excuse me, convention question. Yeah, I think the convention should be earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think we should wait until Memorial Day weekend. I really, because there are a number of states where you can't, there's no candidate substitution allowed. You can't start petitioning in Alabama or Tennessee or a number of states until the ticket is set. And I think that I'm in favor of an earlier convention. I think it's the same calendar year. But I think President's Day weekend would be great. You can in a warm climate.
Yep, I would love to see that recommendation come out of the ballot access committee and come from someone who has a longer tenure in the party than myself. So I agree with you. Love it. Mr. Nana, anything else on ballot access?
Texas.
Questions, Mr. Benson?
No, I just
You guys are doing
want to emphasize what Meredith said.
That's always a
Have
misunderstanding. We
to
can't move our
convention a lot
convention,
earlier,
but our.
just because
community
we don't have as
convention
many
shall.
resources as
So
the
you
other
guys-
two parties. You know, having a candidate set gives us
You guys-
more time to meet these deadlines, gives us more time to get these candidates exposed,
When
and
we
get their names
when
on.
we did
So
it, or.
if we can go
we went through
longer
debate, but
than
that's-
the same calendar year,
That's a
I'll even
problem for
do
us to
that
solve.
if we can. I don't know if it's allowed.
Well, LP Texas, will not be happy with us because their convention
We were just talking about
is
that.
mandated by the state
So-
government.
Okay.
There you go.
We can still choose the convention delegates by our SLEC, our executive committee. So, yes, we can't move our convention forward, but we can send delegates.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, okay.
That's always a misunderstanding there.
Oh, that's the first argument I've ever
Very
heard.
helpful.
I keep saying it and people keep on not listening. I know the bylaws best in
Okay, I think you're
Texas,
the
so.
last, are you the last big convention? Because you're April something usually.
Yeah, and well, there's 2 or 3 after us, they can choose their own or whatever.
Bylaw arguments. The feedback I've heard from Texas has been overwhelmingly, don't do this to us.
Some people just don't understand the bylaws that we
I'd
do.
like to hear that. That is positive. Let's jump to Mr. Malagon and then Ms. Carla.
So while it's all fine and well to move convention forward, and I agree, it should be done earlier, whatever. The problem that Mr. Ford talked about still remains, and that's, there could have still been a mechanism put in place to get ballot access. There's a reason that the ballot access committee meeting right after the vote. People should have put their kind of stuff into place. You should have gotten boots on the ground, people ready to go with them and done whatever. We didn't. So there's still things that we can do that are unforced errors. Volunteers just need to step up. I saw it in New Mexico where people just weren't doing what they were supposed to do. I had to go out, Mr. Garcia went out, Mr. Redpath went out, all that stuff. So at the end of the day, we still need to, as Mr. Nana put, like kind of build up that pipeline and offer volunteers because the people that were doing it for so long weren't doing it, or paid petitioners or whatever, but we really can't ignore the reality that all the people that are going online and that are screaming about, oh, RFK and Tennessee did this and Colorado's doing that, they're the people that are not sacrificing their time or volunteering their money or their efforts for this. And I'm tired of hearing it. As someone that did it, I don't want to hear it. So for anyone listening to this later, if you want to complain, go ahead and do it, but I don't see you guys doing it.
Skin in the game.
And I'm not looking at Mr. Watkins, I'm just looking at
I actually don't see you.
Let's see what Ms. Carla.
With the convention timing thing, I don't know if Texas has the latest ones, but there are state laws in Colorado which make it where we have to have our convention at a certain time. And if the national convention is moved earlier in the year, then the year before Colorado either has section conventions, which is an added expense, or the board picks the delegates. And I know some people have no problem with that. I think that's a horrible arrangement in general at times. Some great boards that you love who they pick, and at times each and every one of us have been with terrible boards that we would hate who they pick. And just putting that out there and to respond to the other, to say you can't complain, it's been to X, Y, or
My board
Z.
is big as some people's convictions.
And I'm not at all disparaging Mr. Malaga is a hero in New Mexico. He is a super talented petitioner that is a living, but he
To
gets
turn over an
paid, so
LP.
that's not volunteer time. So I'm just saying,
All the LPS has
You know,
voters, so
if we're
But
gonna
lose
talk about
34%
sacrifice
of our,
here, no matter how
you know,
anyone
delegates
feels
from
about what I did in
it's
Colorado,
like-
I got our candidates single-handedly
Well, you could.
on the ballot in Colorado and lost nearly every
As
single
long as we
friend
know
I
ahead
had there, so we wanna
what I would
talk
get
about
worse with is
sacrifice.
that we
And that's the
can
fucking
we
elephant
announce
in
it
the room
and
that
do it
we
at one
want
of
to
our
solve,
SLEC
and that's
committee
fine.
meetings.
They will be on the
The
ballot in
membership that
Colorado.
wants to be
Can I ask you a
delegates
question? Is
comes
it possible,
comes to
I
that
don't know,
meeting
again,
so they
this
can
might be
speak for
completely
themselves.
impractical, but just throwing it out there. Would it be possible, let's say, for your 2023 convention to select your delegates for the 2024 national?
You know, it's theoretically possible, but
totally different people were in the party and
Right,
doing,
I
right.
understand that.
We have a lot of turnover right now in Colorado. It's possible. I think the solution, if we move the convention forward, which is the LNC's complete prerogative, we would probably have to have two
I just think
conventions.
it's also, outside of the position, there's also a certain amount of setting these candidates up for failure by giving them like 4 months to do their.
No, we would probably just have to have two conventions in Colorado is the way it would have to be.
Mr. Malachi?
What's the earliest? Well, the secretary, you not well taken, and just will point something
Oh, sorry.
out that this is why I drew up for any of you that took the time to go over the procedures and policy manual that I made for ballot applicants. We're hearing feedback, of course. When we get there, one of the first things that I put in there, yes, I got paid for my time going to the next, as an independent contractor that goes around and gets hired by companies for business development, improvement, whatever. I mean, I needed to be compensated for my time flying into California. Now, one of the things that the mechanisms that I put in place in that policy and procedures manual is that we need to source volunteers from in-state. So that should be the first line of defense, if you want to call it that. And then afterwards, bring in people if push comes to shove and pay them, obviously, we need to be compensated for their time. The rep had that come from Illinois, I had one from California, we have other people from different places. But volunteers from those states should always be the priority. As chair of California, if we didn't have codified ballot access in California, the first thing that I would do is round up my executive committee, start calling volunteers, doing my job and doing whatever to make sure that thing got accomplished and done. We need state chairs and we need state executive committees to do that moving forward. We can't just expect people to, I don't expect a volunteer. It's not feasible for Mr. Redpath to just go out and go to Florida or go to New Jersey or whatever. We need people in state, and we need, in order for that to happen, we need to appoint people and leadership at the state level to take that initiative and make sure that those volunteers are secure so that he comes in as the closer or I come in as the closer or whoever, but we need to have that codified in some capacity.
Thank you. Mr. Nana and then Mr. Ford. And by the way, we have a little less than 10 minutes left.
I would like to go on to this document.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out that the gentlemen who have gone in the field and been paid for position are compensated at a level that nowhere near approaches the professional level of skills to be able to accomplish the position. So I would like to recognize them for their sacrifice. Mr. Malvin's doing it. Our treasurer is actually a little legend when it comes to doing this, and their sacrifice. I'll tell you, the opportunity cost, which literally probably isn't significant, at least over a lifetime. Mr. Malvin's highly compensated. So I appreciate their sacrifice and their investment. Thank you.
Mr. Nana, are you?
I was trying to.
Okay, so this is the last comment, and we are moving on to the procedures. Go ahead, Mr. Nana.
I just wanted to say, that, I'm all ears when it comes to figuring out how to motivate people to go out and volunteer. I've been trying to figure that out for 36 years. Seriously, I've been trying to figure.
30 seconds of your year.
I've been trying to figure this out, and believe me, I'm all ears. I'm open to input. I'm open to input on that. We do need to beef up our volunteer effort in various states. We do. I've been trying to figure out how to do that for a long time, and believe me, I'm open to any and all suggestions in that regard.
Before we jump to the next thing, you sent the updated document?
Yes.
You guys also
No,
I
double check.
I do. I have some comments.
I didn't get the updated one, that's why he's not seeing changes. in the
Well,
one.
no, he sent an email to me.
Oh, you're looking
I
at
don't
it.
see, maybe I'm looking, I don't see, I know there was one where we had to put it through, everything requiring my. There was the one about petitioners and validating their own signatures, or one procedural with it. And then there was the one, this is one of the, both you and I talked about, we separately talked with Kathy about, we forgot to talk about this, we talked about it in the session. About when we want to get involved in the public, I think that's something that we probably need to take before we.
So I did send you the updated version. There were just subtle changes, so there are, so under signature audit, signature validation should be done by both the petitioner and the primary point of contact to keep better track of the expense payment as well as the other person. Yeah, so let there, like, I didn't make them glaring or like, whatever, but they're just incorporated stuff.
Can you send it to the secretary?
Is there any- But is there going to be more changes? If so, I need a word for.
All right, well, let's jump into it and let's make sure that everybody has it.
This is again established.
But I need the word version.
By the way, there's chicken and mac and cheese back here while they're digging around for that. There's also cornbread, muffins, and coleslaw.
I need the word, the PDF,
yeah.
and the word version, if someone sends me the updated.
Yeah, I mean, there might be like a couple of weeks. Before it actually gets like clarified, but we'll see. Maybe not.
Well, so the only reason I didn't send it out to the secretary, to be fair, is I didn't know if we were gonna make additional changes and I didn't want to send multiple versions. If Mr. Redpath, assuming that it's okay with everyone, just I'd like to hear your feedback or comments. If there could be additional edits, then I would send the final version to the secretary.
Okay, when I recognize that, I have not seen, I have not read, I read your original, anything else you said, so I got.
They're very minor changes.
Okay, all right, so whenever. So we're now,
Yeah, we're, yeah, right.
am I to be who's gonna be?
Okay, so where are we at on the document that's been shared?
Well, it's Mrs. Yanniska's item. I had Mr. Maladon.
Mr. Maladon wrote it.
So I don't have a problem. I mean, that's you, that's.
I need the most current version.
That's what it means. Where are we at with that?
Well, so before I send, we don't have, I mean, so I want to hear from Mr. Redpath before, if there are any other edits that we agree on prior to the motion being made officially to adopt it.
Okay, and there may be agreement, there may not be.
Speak up a little bit so we can hear you.
Thank you. Okay, I will have to, I am not being, I'm not aware of being consulted on this, and it would have been good if I had been. It's not a big deal. Been through it, and I just wanted to say, there's certainly room for improvement in terms of the way the paid ballot access drives are operated. You know, there's just such a, sometimes just an urgency involved that we need to get something done, let's do it. And a lot of it has been run on verbal agreements. And overall, I think it's worked well. I mean, there's room for improvement, but overall, the verbal agreements that have been struck over the years have worked pretty well. I just want to point out ballot access expense for 2024 is well below budget. Even with the Kentucky, the way I added up, there's $200,000 in budget this year for ballot access. There are two, and I'm not sure why there are two places here on the income statement where it appears ballot access petitioning shows up. On July, there's a number, whereas 7,000.40-1 of $76,088 year to date, or 12,073. Then candidate campaigns, no, excuse me, 7,000.84 ballot access petitioning expense. Those two numbers, I assume Kentucky's not reflected in that, which is 27,500. So the total expense for the year on those three numbers for the LNC come to $116,000, rounded to the nearest thousand. So we're well below budget for parking.
I'll respond to that.
Okay, well, in any event, okay. The scans of filled out petitioning pages, the requirement for scans of filled out petitioning pages, that's a good idea. I think in some circumstances that may not be feasible given the, shall we say, the level of involvement or sophistication with the state party. There are state parties where I just don't think they're going to swing that. Ken Moulton probably could, but North Dakota probably couldn't. With respect to petitioners, in terms of payment, I mean, for instance, Bob Lynch, who's a paid petitioner going back at least a quarter century, maybe longer. It's a quirky thing. He demands a paper check. All right, he will not accept electronic payment. I've witnessed to him many times about the efficiency and efficacy of electronic payments, but he won't stand for it. Anyway, volunteers, again, I'm looking for any ideas to get volunteers out. As far as private establishments or formal requests to private establishments, that'd be great, but I gotta tell you, at this point, there are about no private establishments that will allow petitioning. I will say that we need to fight legally, and I've been looking for an attorney, by the way. I've looked at, Meredith and maybe, I don't know if this would be in your bailiwick or not, but we need to litigate if necessary to petition in front of post offices. I used to petition in front of any post office anytime, and it is great. Now the USPS has put in regulations barring petitioning, except that there's a public sidewalk in front, not an interior sidewalk, but a public sidewalk, and that really cuts down seriously on the number of places we can petition. There are other government agencies that have barred at DMVs and things like that. This is a highly my understanding is this is a highly technical and somewhat gray area in terms of First Amendment activities. I've reached out to a bunch of organizations. Fire, I've reached out to them, I've not heard back. The ACLU, I've reached out, I've not heard back. All right, but I'm really looking for a First Amendment attorney who's going to be kind of gung-ho for us in terms of trying to open up public places.
So we're at time, we're on policies and procedures, ask comments relating to policies and procedures, the other hands are up, I'm on deck first. We want to extend time to hear from other people and adopt these.
10 minutes.
10, second. Movement second to extend time by 10.
Okay.
Hearing none, no objections, time's extended.
Regarding the payment, but I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think asking private establishments is a good use of time based upon everybody basically saying no. There was a supermarket chain in the DC area that would allow it on a store-by-store basis with prior permission ahead of time, but that is extremely, with a capital E, rare. But it would be great if we could affect that. SIG validation by petitioners, I don't think is realistic. I don't think that's feasible, knowing the paid petitioners who are out there. Plus, they have a conflict. They could have a conflict of interest. I mean, Trent Poole does that for his people, and I think he does a good job at it, and certain organizations do. But to ask Bob Lynch or Andy Jacobs to validate their own signatures, I don't think that's going to happen. Validating SIGs at the end of each day. When I'm done petitioning, if I've been out there 6 or 7 hours, sometimes even more, the last thing I want to do, I'll count my signatures. Okay, I want to know how many signatures I got, but then I go back and validate the signatures after a long day of petitioning, or even a medium day of petitioning. I'm not so sure. But I just want to say this. Yes, there's room for administrative improvement on ballot access drives, but it is important not to adopt an administrative frame of mind overall, in my opinion. You have to have an activist frame of mind for ballot access. You gotta, assuming you can afford it, you gotta do what you gotta do to get the job done. All right, don't let the rules get in the way of getting, and hopefully they won't, but don't let the rules get in the way of getting the job successfully done. And those are my comments.
Okay, so you mentioned how much we've spent and that we're under budget. That is true. We have not raised enough money to fully fund our budget. So if we are under a budget line item, the budget is like an imaginary thing that we all commit to. The dollars in our bank account are concrete. And those have to govern everything we do. There were other things I just completely cut off because we didn't have money and they weren't as important as ballot access, but at a certain point, think about the dollars. I don't care about them when it comes to like if we're underperforming. Budget, I don't care about. I just know that we need to make more money. Contracts. It was way too difficult to get people to sign contracts for getting them paid. I don't know why that is. I think it's a cultural problem we have. and it has to change. It took me like 2 weeks at least to get a signed contract, and I'm like, at this point, I'm like, I want to pay you. Just sign here, I want to pay you. It's important because we need your receipts and paper trail for an audit. That is very critical. I am personally like kind of shocked and pleasantly shocked that we did not fail recent past audits because the receipt management has been so abysmal. No one's perfect. There's probably a couple of small receipts that I've missed in the last year. I have a stack of them. I need to give to the executive director, but they do exist. These things exist. We need to start by existing. Mr. Nana and then Mr. Rowland.
All right, so I'm hoping to cut down a lot of the discussion by saying, I agree with the overwhelming majority of this document. I think this existence is great. Thank you, Mr. Collins, on putting it together. There are only a couple of things, only one that I agree with Mr. Redpath on, which is the validation done by the petitioner himself. Now, it does say as feasible, we added that, so I think that gives us a little bit more leeway. I just don't know that as ballot access chair, I would never be the trust to validate their own signatures. Now, if they were hired by a firm, the firm itself was validating their own petitioner, that's a little different. But to be frank with you, there's a lot of issues that come with letting the petitioner validate their own signatures, such as fraud, and trying to edit signatures even if they're not trying to commit fraud. Like, let's say they know somebody meant to put a bar on the street, they accidentally check them, and then the petitioner goes back and puts that in. Depending on what state you're in, that can invalidate it. I don't even want to take a chance of that. But again, it's as feasible, I'm okay with that piece. The only other thing I had, and this is not that I don't want to do it or wouldn't do it, me signing off on every single turn in might slow down the process a little bit. So the only change I would like to see there is signature of ballot access chair or designee. In many cases, I probably wouldn't even designate somebody. But in cases like Kentucky, where Ken is actually physically holding the signatures, looking at the cover sheet, verifying what's on there, if it's a great point person, then I would probably designate him. Under a different circumstance like North Dakota, when we could like hardly ever get a hold of the chair and we were waiting like weeks to like know where to send the signatures, I would absolutely sign in that instance. So I think 99% of this document, I'm cool with the way it is. Those are the only two tiny little things that I would change. Other than that, oh, and the one other thing I wanted to mention, there's a large section on here about training. Just so the board knows, before we got into the swing and petition season, we actually started making this document, and it's nearly complete, but had to be put on the back burner because all the drive stuff ramping up. But we do have a document that will eventually be presented, so that they can be codified somewhere. It includes like literally all of this stuff, like how to petition, what you should expect, you know, how to dress, you know, what events you should go to, you know, how to ask somebody to sign a petition. So all this stuff would be great. Yeah, I mean, this is good stuff. So I think we should pass it. Those are just my two tiny little asks. If I don't get my way on them, I'm going to be crushed. But that's it.
My sole purpose is my self-crushed. But okay, so I'll just reply to a few things as fast as I can here that Mr. Webster said. So I understand the validation thing is not, that's what we put, not feasible for certain things, but I just want everyone to understand. The origin of this document came as a result of my time on the ground and doing this in New Mexico, hearing some of the horror stories from RXD and what she had to deal with and some back and forth stuff, and just what I saw and witnessed personally. And so I get it. At the end of the day, if you're you don't want to do it after hitting the pavement for 8 hours or so, it sucks, right? When you're a paid contractor, I mean, you got to do some stuff. Like I always keep track of my money. I'm always going to, when I submit an invoice, I want to know exactly what I'm going to get paid for whatever job, whether it's a recruitment thing, business development, whatever, for any company. And you best believe I'm going to take the time to make sure that I'm getting paid. I hate to have like 100 signatures that day and then find out when I turn it in later that I've only like 50 of them were valid, right? That would suck because I think that I've done this whole thing and it gives me room for improvement moving forward. So, I mean, you and I had even though this was my first round going at it in years, right? I got 90+% validation on this. You did as well. Mr. Jacobs did not. And this is kind of problematic. If you collect all these signatures, but they end up not counting, then we need to reevaluate at some point in the process what's worth what. And I'm not suggesting an end-all be-all that the petitioner to do their own validation. It should be the first stop to make sure, are these people, double check your signatures. If you have the list, voter gravity, access to whatever, go through and do it instead of just passing it off to one person. So in New Mexico, I had to go to, I forget her name, Elizabeth. Oh, yeah. So she had to do all this by hand after the fact without any sort of just got signatures dumped in her lap. So this was a problem. Like she's also she was doing this on a volunteer basis. So if you're getting paid, the expectation is higher. It's not feasible for every volunteer to go do everything. And we just heard Debbie talk about during training. Volunteers they get burned out. It's really hard to get people to do stuff for free. We know that from personal experience, right? But when you're getting paid, the threshold for professionalism, the threshold for success, whatever, is higher. That's just the way that it is when you get paid money. So that's why I think it's really important that if you're going to do it, if you're a volunteer, maybe not, and you don't have the time to do it, you have to give it to someone else to be able to do that. Whether it's a designated volunteer that's only going to check them on a regular basis, or someone that's going to be paid to check these validated signatures. As far as the payment is concerned, that's a really important one. I get the whole paper check thing, that's fine. I mean, there's 2 people in California that still send us their dues, or recurring donations every month. I get a paper check in the mail from these people. That's just how they operate. That's fine, but as long as it's within the bounds of compliance and the XD is fine with it, that shouldn't really be an issue. I'm assuming paper checks are going to be fine if they have to be done that way or whatever. I'll let her speak to that. I don't know.
So the only issue with paper checks is that we would need somebody with the authority to sign off of them, and then we would probably reimburse. Because if we were to we could send paper checks, but it comes via mail. It's my understanding that petitioner in particular wanted to trade a check for signatures.
Not in every circumstance, but
Okay.
I think he wanted to, because he knew the campaign was paying him, he was concerned about non-payment.
I see.
Okay, I think that's what was going on.
But we can absolutely do paper checks. That's no problem in general at all. They'll just be mailed.
And as far as the private establishments are concerned, I understand, I saw it, people don't want to do it. And this is why I don't want to get bogged down with the minutia. I think it's just a good practice to try. In California, I can think of.
I move to extend time for 5 minutes.
Oh. Second.
Any second?
All right. Go ahead.
So we should still make the attempt, right? They're libertarian-owned businesses. A lot of libertarians are business owners. They own things that are obviously very libertarian. They might allow it, and this is particularly important because if someone's not good at petitioning, it's not for everybody. I mean, you have to be a salesman. You have to sell. I have different pitches for Republicans, different pitches for Democrats. And you know what I'm talking about, right? So the thing here is that if someone wants to volunteer their time, but they're not particularly great at it, they don't know how to do the pitch. It's really easy for them to just kind of set up camp in a private establishment, going door to door, going to whatever. So we want to try to make it easier for our volunteers when they're not getting paid the big bucks, right? To go out and do that really, really hard work. It's so hard to get signatures at a private establishment. So I'm just suggesting that we try. There should be the chair of every state affiliate should have at least some relationship with businesses that they should be able to call up and say, hey, we're doing this ballot access thing for a few months. Do you mind if someone camps out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of this week or whatever, inside or outside? I'm not saying it's going to be a slam dunk, but we should at least give it a go, right? I don't disagree with Mr. Nick. The one edit, even though it is my sole purpose and like to crush him, should he want to have a designee, that's fine. The XD is fine with it, but it really just comes down to it. Someone has to be the authority that signs off on this thing because it has to be traced back to the person, and that person is either going to be hailed a hero or they're going to be responsible for a shit-hitting thing, right? So that's really, it's accountability is where it comes to it. If you feel comfortable designating, in this case, it's enrollment, right, or whatever, and you're okay with it being you designating this and it's ultimately going to back on you, then that's fine. It's your prerogative to make that call about that. So we're in agreement with that.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
I actually don't have an opinion on any of these. What I have an opinion on is sticking it in policy. So now we're adding another 5 pages to the policy. Each committee should have a manual that committee adopts that is its best. None of this stuff is policy manuals, so general best practices. A policy manual should be a special rule of order or a standing rule. It shouldn't be advice. Advice does not belong in the policy manual.
It belongs in a committee manual that tells you how to do the committee. The platform committee has a manual. We're not sticking that to the end of the policy manual. The bylaws committee has a manual. Each committee, we should amend the policy manual to require each committee to have a manual on its best practices. And that's where this belongs, not at the end of the policy manual.
Mr. Nana, and, I have a very short comment.
I actually didn't have a hand raised, but I will say, now that she said that, I actually found it agree. And if, I would absolutely put this, and it would go along with the other document that we're already building. And we could then, if we're not, we don't do on that.
Let me say that if it doesn't go into the policy manual, it should get passed. And it should just be a committee thing, because it's still listed. Okay.
I don't mind passing it as being required by the ballot access committee.
Ms. Yanuskavich?
I think part of the issue here and why these policies were developed has to do with payment processes.
Yes.
And our executive director not knowing and, you know, having people message her directly and say, 450 signatures times 10, pay me 4,000.
Yeah.
You know,
By the way, don't do that.
That is not adequate support for payment from us if it's selected for an audit.
And every check she writes or anything like that, it goes to me, so don't try to go around me to her, because I'm gonna see.
And,
That's how it is.
you know, so if they are just committee policies, then that standard could be changed by the committee. And that's actually a standard that we need to enforce by the LNC. So I guess we can
Do you wanna pass it, just as
do
a
a financial
freestanding
policy that we will not pay any bills, any invoices unless, and that's not gonna be understand,
Mhm.
varying
Mhm.
circumstances.
Yeah, I just want to echo, I can't imagine a scenario where districts never be having a conversation with our unless there is something of a severe nature. It just shouldn't ever happen.
I'll tell you what,
She said I can for the record because I'm her favorite team member, but outside that, I agree.
But the other thing I want to point out too, is the public, I'm sure say, having special public comment, I want to echo the comment that it's part of the chair's job, I believe, to develop those relationships. We have them around, we have them around. There are states that are great petition states, I would love that document at some time. If you can track it, we do leave for the party. But again, I can't see any scenario where our executive director is
Thank you, time is out, I wanna hear a motion. Motion's gonna be made
You
over
gotta
here.
pass it to find out what's in it, guys.
Are you making those changes?
I just made the changes now, I'm sitting at the
Kevin, there's more changes?
They're the ones that Justin
Yeah.
suggested.
Or
Mr. Ford,
I guess I'd like to make a motion to adopt Mr. Malagon's submission into our policy.
Second.
I will not argue against it. I will put together something later to pull together some sort of policies for contractors, whatever, and we're gonna reshuffle it into there. But I want something that exists.
Are we debating motion or not?
Yes, debate is
Okay,
important.
we had all of these EPCC policies that were pulled out of the policy manual because they didn't belong in the policy manual. It was absolutely right not to do that. And now we're doing the exact same thing with the ballot access.
The EPC's intention is to address that. If there's not getting addressed now, mine's in.
Yeah, but then I gotta go and amend the policy manual and add this on, and then we're gonna redo it. I would like to amend Mr. Ford's motion to, adopt the amended version Mr. Malagon is going to send to him as a standing executive order to handle ballot access issues.
All right. And who seconded it?
That's a good one. I second.
All right, then moved and seconded to amend Mr. Ford's motion to adopt it as a standing executive order
To address ballot access issues.
to address ballot access issues. Beautiful. Any hands up, this board?
Madam Chair or Madam Secretary, can you define what the legal standing of the executive order is and who enforces it? What its lifetime is, and just what's the executive order?
Right.
Yeah, the chair enforces it, and the executive director is aware of it. Our policy manual even mentions executive orders, that there are executive orders that the chair, issues.
I'm the executive, I issue. So issue. Mr. Maladon.
So while I have all the faith in the chair, I don't have faith in future chairs. And it's something that if it's in the policy manual and it's codified, then it can't, you have to, wise parliamentarian once told me, you always govern as if you have to plan for the future because you're not gonna have the same board. And if it's in the policy manual, then while the chair, of course, will, I have absolute faith that she'll direct the way. She is totalitarian that way. Other chairs may not do that. They might get just lost in the weeds and it's not gonna be good. So I would strongly prefer it to be the policy.
Ms. Rose?
The same wise parliamentarian will tell you, you don't put things in the policy manual that are standing orders and special rules of order. And this is a lot of this advice, and it's not policy manual things. It just isn't. It's an executive governing guidebook. That's not what a policy manual is. We went from 80 pages to 50 pages. And now all of a sudden, it just seems like we just want to add 1 million pages.
Mr. Michaela?
The EPCC created a bunch of policies we have in a separate document. I'm assuming it would be just like that. And it's nice and neat. You can see it. You don't have to scroll around, and it's easy to add and subtract to it. And it doesn't mess things up for the policy manual. So I think it would be a good addition.
My intention would be to have the EPCC adopt this executive standing order into your documents, but I just will let the committee do that, not here.
Gotcha.
Ms. Yanscavich?
The EPCC policies were just related to, how we govern in our policies. It had nothing to do with a nexus to financial payments and documentation for support. I mean, that's why. The stuff that was removed from the policy manual.
It just exists. If you adopt it as is, at least I have to.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's,
Right now, it's just me being a belligerent.
if we can't figure out how to do it here, I was asking it out, actually.
Pass the amendment. That's all I'm gonna,
I will call the question.
Thanks. I'll accept whatever you guys do. All right, questions called. Seconded, any objection? We're going to vote on the amendments, which is to take Mr. Ford's motion to adopt these things into the policy manual, and instead of adopting it into the policy manual, adopt it as a standing executive order to address valid access issues, and that would be enforced by. So we're just voting on the amendment. All in favor of adopting the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Oh, do a hand vote, sorry.
Aye.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it fails. Sorry, back to the main motion, which is to adopt it as a policy manual amendment. All in favor, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All opposed? Thanks.
Staying.
Well, we don't know because these aren't special rules of order or standing orders, so who the hell knows?
I think it's a majority, but we have 11 yes. And I'm sorry, I just put a record how many no's so our secretary can count. 3 no's and 11 yeses. Okay. It passes. And I will work on this so our secretary doesn't lose her mind. To make sure that it gets into some appropriate place.
My point of personal privilege, but just to close out ballot access, there are things said about making gifts to like her. I want to recognize Jonathan Reed, the work he did on the Alabama Drive, and giving a donation, a hurtful donation to the Alabama Drive to make that successful.
before we jump to our next agenda item, does anyone need a break?
Yeah.
Do you want a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes, please.
Let's try to not turn it into a 10-minute break. We
Here
already.
we go. Time enough today.
I feel good.
technically COC, and I've already seen the report and answered the questions in the previous executive session. Mr. Nana? Okay,
We're actually going.
so that concludes Convention Oversight Committee. Next up is employment policy and compensation, which is noticed by Ms. Scavenge. When we address it, which I assume will be in executive session, we are also going to come back in time to address adopt guidelines for discussing staff and interacting with staff health.
How many minutes?
Ms. Scavenge, I will turn it over to you.
Well,
Can you have a picture show us about that?
no. We will need to go into executive session to discuss this further.
Can you make a motion
I will go into executive session.
to discuss
And, if all
Personnel matters.
Personnel matters, we will need to exclude staff.
All right, staff, you are cut loose for at least 30 minutes. Go down, go jump in the pool. Go enjoy your time.
Said 30 minutes?
And the recording is off on that?
Yep.
I read this again, the report, there's nothing I have to add.
All right. Any questions? All right, 1 second, I'm texting staff. We need to get everybody. Also, does somebody want to see the instructional?
Let's find out if we need Mr. Rhea.
Is this the actual?
Wait, what's the live stream working?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a record. No,
Okay.
the YouTube password is,
Oh, is that?
and I had one that you sent me months ago.
It didn't say on this computer for some reason. It's on my.
It's on my,
I thought about fundraiser for the LP. I could, bribe the people that I took pictures of last night to pay to not make them public, and then I'll donate the money to the
So just to be clear, the head
Go
of
for
the
it, you have a good time.
EDC is compromising pictures
this
of
is
staff.
recorded.
Compromising pictures of staff and is trying to blackmail them into giving money.
Okay, I'll remove him from the equation. Started, LNC numbers.
all right, if that's that, then our next agenda item, I just moved away from, I think it's adopt. Okay, defend the guard. Mr. Watkins, you have the floor to discuss, okay, Mr. Mann.
No, it's just so, it's, potentially an organization. So I noticed that these next two items are talking about endorsing official strategy, doing so before we adopt it. Would it make more sense to work on a strategic plan and fold all of this stuff into the action plan? Rather than like adopt them standalone and then do a separate strategic plan?
What about, well, yes, technically. All right, let me ask Mr. Watkins, the agenda is this. How much of this being a strategy, how much do you think any of our organizational apparatus to do on this? You may want to discuss it in strategic plan.
So I've spoken to Mr. Heiss about both of those strategies. So these can kind of go hand in hand. My understanding is that the defending guard, when we were, as the LNC, essentially not really have to do anything since it's already kind of, it's already on his radar. We have volunteers across the state that are already working on it. It's just kind of, and maybe we should say adopt rather than endorse, but this kind of makes it clear that this is something that we are, it's something that we should focus on. This is a winnable topic eventually. It's already been passed in several state houses. So as far as workload goes, I don't think it's going to be that much. It probably will be more than anticipated, things like that happen. But
So, I mean, I think endorsing it is fine,
okay.
and then it's, what if we were to just endorse it in this motion and then talk about official strategy and strategic
I think we already passed a resolution,
plan? But wasn't it?
It wasn't strategy, I don't think.
but resolutions live from term to term, until rescinded. The LNC is an organization that lives outside of whoever its particular members are, it's its own entity. That resolution is still in full force and effect, so rescinded or irrelevant.
I guess, I don't know, I'm not really, Mr. Watkins, I mean, what, I guess maybe just one more. I don't know what he says, I don't know.
Let's hear from you, sir.
Well, and I'd like to hear from you too, Madam Chair, but I think, I don't know that there should be, I just figured we'd have a more strategic discussion, like we were doing before with the
Right.
plan. So that I kind of would rather it be a part of the strategic
Well,
plan.
then,
Yeah.
why don't we do that then? Why don't we revisit this particular topic? under H, which is not specific, just says move to adopt.
Okay. Well, say that. And then I guess my second question is, because strictly just.
That's all, yeah.
So I think both the next two items kind of fall into that category. So I'd like to move to amend the agenda to insert, move to adopt strategic plan for 2024 term ahead of items 11F and 11G. Just so we talk about it first.
Okay, Madam Hurl.
Well, there hasn't been a second, once there's a second.
So, I mean, my recommendation is that we don't actually have to move the agenda around because H is very open. It doesn't, there's no specific language, it's move to adopt strategic plan.
Okay.
So
Which
then,
includes that.
yeah, I would say let's just work on the strategic plan and then.
All right, so item F, we have discussed, we're gonna incorporate it into H, puts us on G, project decentralized revolution, which I think we're also going to roll into H, which puts us on H. Move to adopt strategic plan. All right, everybody find your notes on the slide deck that Debbie made for us. And I'm looking for it. Yep, she sent it.
Yeah, the one underneath board training was this point that from moving into PowerPoint, so you have to download it and open it, because it doesn't open in OneNote. And this is the notes she took
Yes.
from PowerPoint.
You know what that is?
It's where?
Let's see.
Yes, and let's.
What time did she send it?
In OneNote?
Oh, I thought she emailed it to me.
Oh,
In the OneNote, it's under.
it says board training, then underneath it says planning deck, and that is for the notes.
New business and board discussion. All right, so red tab and then board training.
Make sure your conservative is also helping.
I am uploading it to Google Drive. Right now.
Oh, boy.
Everybody is very whispery. Did you find the document? Mine's uploading slowly. I am on here.
Is this the PowerPoint under board training or the PowerPoint under planning? There's two different PowerPoints.
I only see one.
So under that same red tab, right below the board training is planning deck for, from meeting.
That's the one we need.
Yeah, okay, it looked like that.
Planning deck for me. Oh,
Yeah.
it just didn't. My Wi-Fi sucks. The whole thing wasn't visible. All right.
What part of this is actually the strategic plan?
I think the very end with the notes, I assume that I haven't seen yet.
So it's like the day two stuff.
I think it starts on slide 18 of it.
Slide, what slide?
18, 1-8.
Slide 18. So 18 plus, 18 forward. Okay.
I'm almost there.
get through the end.
Is anybody not there and not on their way to? Is anybody just like, I can't find it, I give up?
Which slide here?
It begins with slide 18 for the
Main notes, August 25th.
So it's a Sunday, August 25th, 2024, exercise one. Top 3 measurable goals to achieve next 3 years.
I feel like a sloth in the D&D and that we use it. Still not there, oh my gosh, okay, almost there. Is he privatized? Yeah. All right, Sunday, August 25th, exercise 1, top 3 measurable goals. Okay, so we got, goals. My group worked on bringing the 1,000 candidates down to 500. Oh, I'm on 19. Slide 19. Sorry, I'm just gonna move through.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was with the understanding that more candidates were going to run, but we were going to specifically, what did we say?
Recruit
Recruit 500 candidates.
credible candidates.
Yes.
Multiple bases.
Recruit 500 candidates, and we were hoping that we would have a 33% win margin out of that. Mr. Deanna?
So I just have a general question. For the framework of the strategic plan, are we intending to make a 4-year document or a 2-year document?
This is a 3-year document.
3-year?
Yeah. So I am including,
So it'd be 327. 567.
yeah, that, when I think about 500 candidates, that way I'm thinking about the over 3 years, which means, you know, the off year, 26, and then a smaller chunk in 27.
That's why we make it 3-year when we have a 2-year term.
Well, she suggested 3-year, but I think the bulk of it should be focused for 2 years, and there should be some,
Also, we haven't talked, so it's subject to change.
yeah.
Could give the new board something to work off of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Until they get their.
they can take it and
Yeah.
readjust it.
Sure. That way they don't just come in like.
Hopefully, if we do a good job, they won't change it too much.
So we set a 2-year benchmark on the way to our 3-year goals, and we have something to look towards. Sure. Okay. So if we want to increase our annual revenue to 2 million, what's our revenue at right now? We're halfway to our budget, we made half of our budget.
Which is,
It was 1.2, and we're, I think we're on half, we're a little over half.
So that-
1%.
So you think we'll close the year around 800,000?
All right, so what I don't want to do is I don't want to set a $2 million annual revenue goal if we're at 800,000 at the end of the year, because that seems unrealistic. That means we have to double it.
1.5.
Well, if it's a 3-year
1.5.
plan, wouldn't it at the end of 2025? So since we have 4 months, we have 16 months.
Okay, so before we start talking about how we're gonna get to it, if we wanted to increase annual revenue to 1.5 million in 2 years, and then 2 million in 3 years, we'll get to the how. And then if we need to, we'll go back to what we're done.
Is what we had planned for this year sufficient?
So you're saying we did it at 1.2 for
Well,
this year?
no, I mean, Assuming we weren't having any unexpected issues and we just met our goal that we had already set for this year.
We would be at 1.2, and then we would go to 1.5, and then we would go to 2, and that would be great. So we're probably gonna end up closer to 800,000 unless we're able to pull some crazy.
So what I'm getting at is, was 1.2 enough for now to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish?
Yes, it would have been, yeah, it would have been fine. All right,
My local church collects more.
we'll see how things go.
My local
See
church
now,
collects more.
If what I want to happen happens, I think it's gonna give us some cash. I still don't know if it's gonna bring us up to 1.2. If the party is smart and we're able to pull it together and advertise off our effort wins in November, which hopefully we'll get, then we're gonna be in a good place. But that's a lot of ground to catch up on.
Do we
So,
have races we think we're going to have?
not races, appointed positions, yeah.
Okay, appointed.
Appointed positions and, you know, victories that I've stuck together. Blessings. So let's say we get an additional $10,000 from the Kennedy Fund. That gives us an extra 100,000, but we need to make up like, what? No, more than that. If we, so how would we actually get to 1.2?
You gotta get Zoho up and running first. That's the key.
Yep.
It's gonna be the same answer for membership.
Yeah.
So, or we have to double our revenue. We're not gonna get 1.2 million, so a stretch goal would probably be 1 million, a stretch.
But are we're talking about goals for this year or goals for 5?
I am catching us up. We're working backwards from our $2 million. So I just want us to set realistic goals right now.
So this is the December 31st, 2024.
Yeah, so then if we wanna hit 2 million in 3 years, it would be great to hit 1 million at the end of this year, then 1.5 million in the off year, and then 2 million in the third year. Because right now, we're not on task to hit 1 million. If Donald Trump was a libertarian that we know in the cabinet position, who's like an actual bona fide libertarian, like someone on the literal list I gave him, I think that we're gonna shoot up. But I still don't think it's gonna put us at 1.2. Like, I'm being optimistic, but not crazy.
If we hit $1 million by the end of the year, that would mean, I think, about a 25% year-over-year increase every year for 3 years to hit $2 million.
Yeah.
So if we can count on Zoho getting us a 25% boost, whether it's through sustaining the members we already have and then finding new members, if we can commit to a 25% year-over-year increase or month-over-month increase, we'll hit our goal.
Mr. Nana?
In order for me to help create more of those goals, I'm wondering if, I want to ask a couple questions.
Okay.
So I would like to move into the executive session, discuss a little bit of strategy. And I have a question.
Okay. And then, one caveat is, we did work on our ideas to get there. I don't want to toss all that work out the window.
No, it's like one simple question I just don't.
Totally reasonable. Any objection? How long are we gonna go into executive session? Like 15 minutes? 5 minutes, all right. 5 minutes. Staff can stay.
And what's the topic?
To discuss political strategy.
Oh.
All right. We'll Drew's turning the, walking all the way around.
That's a good thing, they get shadowed
Hey. Searching for Drew's clues. Drew needs a tip jar and everyone. These $5
Did you get that shirt you wore on?
Drew's gonna crowdfund, we're all gonna crowdfund his raise. All right. I think we understand what we need to do when we dig into it later on how to get to those annual revenue places. We understand it's also junk. Increased membership to 17,500. So we were at this not that long ago. We, again, you know, if we get political wins, it's easy to jump back up there. If not, it's gonna take some work. I think it's an achievable goal though, and I think it's easier than 1.5 billion.
But part of the problem is culture has changed and clearly young people aren't joiners in the way that, I mean, this has been an ongoing problem for.
Yeah, I think it's it's just a cultural shift. But I do think that we were here not very long ago. So I think, yes.
From where we are now, if we were to increase to 17.5, do we know based on dues alone, how much of a increase that would give us in revenue?
Well, it's about 3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3,500? Miss Kennedy, do you know where we're at on membership right now?
Approximately 12,000. I would use 12,000.
All right, see, it's lower. I thought we were at 12.5. So it's closer to 12.
But those are minimum members.
Right, but we're gonna be using, let's see.
That's an
Let's just call it 5,000.
That's a lot.
If,
That's
yeah,
a big number.
if,
That's 125.
yeah, exactly.
That's a sizable bump.
It's a good chunk.
Yeah.
It's a rough.
So going from 12,000-ish up to 17.5, assuming everyone's just basic 25, $437,000.
That's four.
Well, that's over 3 years.
If
1 year.
That's- If the members just showed up next month,
Oh, next month.
then that is $437,000. If you were to increase membership dues by $5, it'd be an extra $120,000.
But we can't do that without a bylaw.
That's convention?
It's hard coded in the bylaw.
Yeah.
Convention?
Yeah, it's in the bylaws, unfortunately.
We wanted
never
to
got
just
to it.
do last
We should probably pitch it.
Never got to it.
All right.
50 might be
So
much.
here's what I think.
That's-
This is something we need to roll into marketing. And we should
$5 is an
roll
easy
into
sell.
marketing in a way that tees it up to get bylaws changed and call it like the bylaws roll.
May I ask
But
another question?
start,
Yes.
start the high
I understand that at a point, I know Josh Smith had talked about it, I think Dave Smith had talked about having these, affiliate links essentially where you sign up through their referral.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Is there a possibility, Dave, while less involved in the LP, is getting on much larger platforms?
So,
And even Clint is on Team Cast
you're
all the
not
time.
gonna throw any names out there and throw anyone under the bus.
Yes,
Yes. I will say that I worked aggressively with staff, maybe right before or right around the time, right before the time Miss Kennedy came on. To get all these affiliate links activated, get people to sign them, very few people want to push them. And when I ask them, please, it's like, well, I got this thing I can push or that thing, I can't push everything to my audience. I gotta just pick and choose a couple things, and X, Y, and Z has a respond more positively. So the affiliate links have been a big hit.
with the people you're doing it to.
People who are pushing them. Now, Mr. Heiss and Mr. Paget both did a whole bunch of work on this. And I think they kind of passed the ball back and forth because they've been on and off. to automate affiliate links.
I have not.
Sort of like when Big Wrong Swami had the fundraising links for his, so that almost anyone, they could fill out.
So if I got my sister, I don't have one, but if I had a sister, I got her to join, I could give her one even though I'm not a big recruiter.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then you could do it almost anyone. There's like a little thing where it's like, do you have like a felony, like a couple of suggested checkboxes that would disqualify you.
Yeah, and not national. I know there are ways to do it, and I know that regardless of what tool we're using, we'll get away from it. My thought process is, it's gonna be a non-zero number. As long as we make sure it's not too much work on staff, there's no reason we should not.
They wanted to push it to, here's the reason where it became a bit of work, was reporting and payouts. And as things started to break and disintegrate in our old system, it became more complicated and people weren't getting their payouts on time. And it was that end. Creating the link was not tricky, but having people follow through and like uphold anything after creation, it just kind of fell apart. But it is coming, and they're going to do automated links in Zoho. Mr. Racco?
Just follow up, I had the number wrong, I was referencing the wrong cell. It's 130 now,
Okay.
if they all showed up. Sorry about that.
All right. So that's membership. I feel like cash reserves, we can talk about that once we get into revenue. Recruit 500 candidates. I think that we are pretty comfortable with that number. That doesn't mean we're only running 500, that means we're only recruiting 500. People are gonna run it.
What is our current?
I don't know off the top of my head, I need to ask Mr. Patel, our
It's so.
it is,
still
well,
high.
so region, reps, not counting Ms. Gates, she's already done it, but there you go. Like, you need to be counting your candidates.
84.
84, all right.
And the whole region.
Let's jump to the next slide. Okay, goal line strategy to increase annual revenue to $2 million. Get Zoho up and running nationwide. Ms. Kennedy, can you tell us where we're at on getting Zoho up and running nationwide? Goals, what we need to get there, timelines, all that?
Yes, do you mean onboarding affiliates also, or just national?
Just national.
Okay. When you say onboarding, what do you mean by onboarding? Because we can do a lot of things. What specific things are you looking for?
Move all of our operations into Zoho, except for the things we're doing for state affiliates in city. And then marketing. I'm just kidding.
I would say the majority of our operations are now out of Zoho already. The exception to that is the Unified Membership Program, which we are working with the states on, but because we have 7 to 9 transactions a month, it wasn't considered high priority. We just import, if you didn't hear that, Unified Membership Program still needs to be brought in. There is also the Indiana Triple Membership Program that still needs to be brought in. Otherwise, we are Zoho functional. I would give us another 3 to 4 weeks to continue to sort out, just our bug fixes on some of our webhooks and things like that. And then when it comes to implementation of marketing automation, we're working on that as we speak simultaneously with some of the tech stuff. And Matt Hudson's been out for the last week, but he has experience with marketing automation. We actually should be able to get that rolling rather quickly. So I would say give us another 6 weeks and we can start really building out the comprehensive marketing campaigns. And that hits emails, phone calls, text messages, like the whole thing on a scheduled recurring basis.
Can you explain, and I can help it up, I'll let you go first.
Sure.
What a comprehensive marketing anything is? A thing, what are we doing? What is the marketing?
Oh, it's based on campaigns. So we'll take those fundraising issues. So any particular, like Defend the Guard, for instance. So we have already bought the URL for that. We have written out the call script for our callers. We have some emails drafted, ready to go. So basically, we take the idea, we have the goals, the financial goals, and then the objective of why would people give? What is Defend the Guard doing? How are we participating? And then we essentially attach that to communications over a period of time. And when we run the campaign, it starts with like the informational aspect of it, and then there's appeals are part of that, and then there's reporting results or progress is part of that. But all of those things come with appeals. And so this is a campaign over time, and that's just one of, I believe, 8 or 9 that I have listed. And so we have 3 built out right now. I would like to have the other ones built out. We probably need a couple of months for that. So Drew actually built us a campaign template. So a lot of it is going to be plug and play. So we just need the issue, the why. We need the goal and the objective. And then here he has, the template that we plug all that information into, and we set the target for who we want to hit with that information. So for instance, if you signed up with, that you're interested in foreign policy, we would probably shoot you the Defend the Guard stuff.
Beautiful. Anything else to add on Zoho? Any questions on Zoho?
So as far as data goes, we have a timeline on when we feel like it's going to be ready to start doing automation and auto renewals and things like that?
I would say if we have to, I would say best case scenario is probably about 3 weeks. If we have a significant, that's if I could use our contractors and I had Andy, and we didn't run into any more issues. Other than that, I would say give us another 6, but I imagine by the end of September, we should be pretty good to go. And that includes incorporating the unified membership payments and the ineligible membership. Mr. Ford. Sorry.
It's a question, what if the LNC members get trained up?
So that is something to consider because if LNC members are actually going to use the platform, like if you guys are going to be in there even on a weekly basis, we can absolutely look at getting you an account. The thing is, it's $45 a month per user. And so I would encourage you guys to have a use case and actually be ready to go in and start running things. Now, what we can do, if you feel like you'd really like information out of there regularly and you don't want to have to ask us, we can set up automated reports so we can very narrowly define the criteria of what you want to look up. And then that can just be automatically sent to your email on a schedule that you prefer, like as frequently as daily. Yes, sir.
We're looking to, actually, for example, one of the ideas we had in the workshop was that region reps actually start calling and we get logging in. Usually CRM not just to update staff members, actually use CRM systems properly. That's, I understand it's expensive.
Yes, and we certainly, we could look at it, but here's the thing, if you are using the CRM to make fundraising calls and you fundraise $100, you've already paid for the cost of your subscription that month. So if you're regularly using the CRM to make us money, I would say that's a phenomenal use case to get you a login. So if you are interested in doing that, please let me know. I would be more than delighted to get you set up with a login and teach you how to use reports and enter information.
What counts as a user? What permissions? Like what constitutes a user? In account. What access do you have?
Well, technically, if signing up under the Zoho one, you have access to the whole suite of tools. But for instance, we may in the future be able to build out something where the CRM is searchable if you aren't logged in. And we were looking at doing something like that for states so that we could cut down on the state cost. So that's being explored, but that's going to take a little bit more, like we're going to have to build something for that. But right now, if you want to even go look at the CRM, you have to have a login.
All right, let's move through a couple of these a little bit faster on this screen. Increase donor retention by auto retention. Auto renew memberships, great. We already have that partially in place, so we just need to continue that. Re-engage major donors and acquire new large donations. That's something that I've been working on, but I need help. We need to do more of it. We also need some things that large donors are excited about. Targeted asks by cause or by issue, we talked a little bit about that, and the guards, project decentralized revolution. There's Heist came to me with like 9 different ideas, I told them only do 3 at a time, which sounds like staff has been doing. So we've got plenty of targeted asks. Get a fundraising development leader. We need to hire a skilled development director. Provide the quiet gift, that's really targeted asks. LNC members making fundraising calls, we address that. Targeted campaigns, we address that. Are we missing any major pieces for strategies to increase our revenue? Major pieces, not different types of targeted asks.
Obviously, at some point, we want to get a fundraising director.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what that timeline looks like, because obviously that costs money in order to implement.
That's in there, the fundraising
Is it?
development.
Never mind.
Okay, time expired, can we extend by 20 minutes because we had 10 and 10 for 2 other things rolled into this?
So moved.
Second?
Any objection? All right, we are extended. Okay, I think that looks good on that slide. Let's jump to slide 21. Which is a little bit more membership tiers, leaderboard and CRM. What's the leaderboard again?
Well, the discussion came up about actually having someone logged into CRM or logged into information. If they saw some of the stars, they saw, and I'm going forward, some level of feedback to both staff and LNC as well as.
Very good idea. Yes, Mr. Nan.
Does Zoho have the ability to do a leaderboard type thing? Like, so I mean, I used to work in IT sales and we did sales person and you could at any time go to the dashboard and see like where you were at in terms of known contracts executed. Does something like that exist in Zoho where we could do like every LNC member? I don't need to know. We'll find out staff because I don't want to make it constant student in their work, but like maybe we have an LNC competition, who raised the most money in there?
Yeah.
Should be a basic CRM function.
I mean, I'm assuming it can do it, I'm just.
Every CRM that we use.
Yeah, I'm assuming it can do it, is, are we planning?
Can we have a sales goal that we can see individually in Zoho once we all get logins?
I do not see why not.
Okay, that's what I figured.
You will each have your, it would be similar to having an affiliate link where they would need to sign up through your like thing, but yes.
Beautiful, okay, get staff and board to work tougher on issues, work together on issues they're passionate about. Great, building local relationships, local calls by board members, yes. Increase membership dues to $30. I think this is probably something we need to start marketing as the 2026 goal. Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's jump to 22, strategies to increase membership.
The biggest push I saw against that when people were talking studies of why that was a good number. So, you're like, this is why that number, what it can do.
It is not usable yet. Good choice. Your style. Not like active, but yeah. There's nothing that happens.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know.
Yeah.
But people were like,
All right,
why
data.
50? Is that the
Issue
first
and project-based outreach by LNC, that's targeted. Re-engage with lapsed members. Who here has re-engaged with a lapsed member in the last 2 months? What all did you hear?
Talked to many of them.
Fuck the LNC, at the chair, at the Visa caucus, a lot of that.
A lot of that, a lot of complaints about our presidential candidates.
Yeah, well, the ones I'm talking to.
They dislike me, and the ones I talk to, they dislike our tickets. Trump train, Kennedy. lots of things out in the world.
Well, the ones I'm mostly dealing with are in Colorado, we said, when we had to be board in Colorado, we're gonna rejoin. Because I don't know why it has anything to do with the national park, to be honest with
So
you.
they're not there.
People have their own reasons. They have their own reasons. They'll rejoin Colorado, people tend to do it as a package deal.
Demonstrate commitment to building liberty. Strategies to increase membership.
I've
Yes.
done a survey of a few hundred of them. Okay.
Work on incentives. I am striking t-shirts. We are not selling t-shirts.
What about tank tops?
We do not have the cash flow, but incentives, yes.
So that was, so you understand that that was a t-shirt for membership, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's
Or
too expensive.
Or phone.
So here's what we can do instead. We can get other liberty-based organizations to provide small discounts on their products with an LP discount code. And you get that when you get your membership card. And if a digital membership card is the first incentive. As most of you have heard, people screaming that they don't get their membership card, whether it's a $25 donation. I had someone flipping out over a $1,000 donation, he didn't get his card. I printed one out in Canva at my house and mailed it to him because I didn't want him to lose the $1,000 donation. So there are a handful of very poorly designed special cheers cards out in the ether.
Especially.
Very special.
I hated all the new ones so much, I still got like 19.
So, there you go. Ms. Hayes.
Can I ask you a question that would apply to every state that doesn't have a school aid? What about, and this is, I mean, it's not about getting stuff done, it's not about selecting right. Would it be possible to encourage states to require membership to national, to be a national delegate? I understand that they're gonna hate me for making that.
That's how I love that change, it's a bylaws change.
I understood, but would that be our bylaws or each individual state?
It depends.
No, we can make it a national one, it should be.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there you go.
And we were going to suggest it, and believe it or not, the opposition to it. Believe it or not, I'm really saying this has to be an ask. That means they have to sign a pledge. I'm like, yeah. That's a feature, not a bug.
What is the pledge? What is the difference for
This is my $250 pin, my $500 pin, this is my this is my $2,500 pin. I realize I'm missing my 1836 pin. They never gave me. That's for my lifetime with them. I got silver. This is a quality donor appreciation thing. I'm just.
Yeah, it has to do with our revenue being kept separate, but we can get into it, start addressing that.
But the most important thing, we announced it January 1st, 2025, but not necessarily.
I think that might be in the bylaws, hold on, let me look, I'm getting into it.
Do we encourage some last minute bumps at the end of the year?
Yeah, we could.
We do it January.
Okay, we have a huge fundraising push for January 6th. And we didn't do it last year. Some people thought it was too controversial.
Lifetime amount is not in the bylaws. Lifetime amount is set by the LNC.
Yeah, I think it only exists in policy.
$1,500
I'm just saying.
is not a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah.
Democrats.
Oh, totally.
No, even going to Eagle Circle or
Yeah. Okay, yes.
Sorry, one thing that we did in California is that
We,
Adrian, I'm saying we, Oil League, and with the help of Carrie Eiler, updated our lifetime membership pin, which required existing lifetime members to pay an additional $50. And I think, that offsets some of the costs of the pin, that it got extra money from our lifetime.
$3,000 just on upgraded.
And there might be some people who, long time lifetime members who wanted to less motion, I don't know, but Carrie's design
are fantastic. New Connecticut Georgia. I became a lifetime member because of it. It's beautiful. All right, is the website still? It's. Our website is.
I have the full Texas, donor appreciation program right here. This is each level of my donating to them. So, and our annual, our lifetime membership is higher than nationals. So.
All right, great.
Just saying, you can increase it and you'll be okay.
Cross promotions and data purchases. Fully implement CRM, we already have that. Fully implement joint membership program, we have that. Goal 2, implementation to increase membership. Okay, so more of these, joint membership. Incentives for new members, covered that. Consider limited time to get new members on incentives. Okay, so that's a marketing push. Issue-based outreach for retention, cover that. Connect members to local affiliates. Bring back affiliate referral. Referral program, I assume that means the affiliate links. Okay, goal 3, increase cash. $500,000. That increase convention revenue and decrease convention costs. Yes, and Mr. Ford has agreed to tackle that. Managing costs wisely when we budget. Yes, we have been very careful with our budgeting over the last 6 months. Exceed fundraising goal, put in reserves. Reduce staff workload, increase efficiency. Technically, yes, although I feel like we have definitely done quite a bit of that. Raised $2 million.
Sorry, so she didn't take it back about the spirit. We were saying increase efficiencies in terms of making processes the staff has to do manually today, automated. So that efficiency that will increase, so that their workload is less. So they can either be re-tasked or whatever.
Speaking of think, just check yourself, like, don't wreck them. Think about it twice before you send like a petty or annoying complaint for them to investigate, because it takes time away from other issues. Use your best judgment. So like every time someone has a complaint or whatever, like it may not actually be appropriate to bug them about it, because maybe they're trying to all right, money bombs, yes, that's a marketing thing. We can and need to do that. Hire a skilled fundraising director. We can do that once we have a little bit more money. We definitely need to. Cash reserves, budget for reserves, $100,000 a year. That's a $14,000 a month average. So keep that in mind. Fundraising for specific asks, yes, targeted asks. Excel issue of ballot access with financial goals. I like that. Goal 3, 1,000 candidates is getting evidence to 500. Adopt PDR. How are we feeling on that? I feel like I'm in favor of adopting a scaled down version. So can someone pull up in his report what numbers he had? Was it 1,000 candidates? Can someone find the number? Because if we're going to adopt it, I would like it edited. We're not doing just a meaningless adoption. Affiliate adoption and buy-in for voter gravity. Provide support for elected libertarians. So this is something I tried to do last term, and I was overwhelmed with a lot of other things and did not get to really doing it. I had calls with them, and they were like, I'm good, or I need this or that, but ultimately, I don't know who to task with that. Provide support for elected libertarians. I'm thinking about that. Candidate training and working with affiliates, needing resources and tools.
I think the most obvious one is previously elected. or ones that are run at least pretty close, someone that knows what we're talking about.
We try to pair them up with people who drafted policy, so that they can have people who actually do, like, knew how to do the work, and then once we did, those people got a little bit skittish and nervous to do it for some reason. Okay, recruit 500 candidates, PDR, evaluate state affiliates for partnership or 2 of strategies. Some of that needs to be fixed to the affiliate support committee. PDR, what gravity, support, and training, that's all the same.
So Angela, for PDR, it's 350 plus campaigns.
350 plus, okay, so I think 500 is good.
Yeah.
Adopt, so then is there any edit we need to make besides saying
We
that
just
we're
do
scaling it back a little bit, or just to scale? Is that
Sorry, I'm tired.
adopting PDR, what, do we need to make any edits? Yes.
Totally on board with the goal of it, we have to push for the local micro authorities. My question would be, as an LNC, how do we do that? Because obviously we can't put it down to our consent, saying,
No.
your people better run.
It's by getting an affiliate buy. And so I think that we're gonna get 10 to 20 states who are like, we wanna work with you on this, and that's how we pursue it. And we make it obviously available, but a lot of this has to do with how we have stacked our resources to tool it, but I've already done that. Like we're basically unofficially doing it, but I need someone to organize it a little bit more in spirit. That's why we have Nathan Tall. That's why I'm like constantly obsessing over that. We've got websites, like it needs a little more work because the infrastructure exists already. Mr. Malaga?
So to Mr. Nana's point, just to be clear, I mean, it needs affiliate buy in California, it's just not by that to reach support to figure out. It doesn't seem like an attainable goal. It's not that we don't agree with the meat of it or like what the outcome is supposed to be, but it just doesn't seem feasible. It seems like it's gonna be too little too late. It's not worth allocating our efforts to California, especially given how good we are. We only have 5 candidates as opposed to in a state of 30 plus million people as opposed to region ones, 80 they want to stay as far with government as like the state of government. They want nothing to do with government. They want to go on their farm, doing their gun, and just need that.
It's good. These guys so high. It's really good. To get them to they're like walking bags of
Well, it says that government California, yes.
I'm healing.
But yeah, just to be honest,
So we're not gonna do a motion just on this, but we're rolling one motion. Just so everybody knows. Okay, goals. So get us to a $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Yes, and that's good, because we're about to make a motion. This is overall, recruit 500 libertarian candidates. Here's our strategic plan. And I'm saying this out loud before I move it. Adopt the following strategic plan. Aim for a $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Aim for $2 million, I'm removing the plus. Aim for $2 million revenue by 2027, annual revenue. Recruit 500 libertarian candidates to run for winnable races. Grow membership to 17,500 in 3 years. Adopt PDR in support or in connection with our 500 libertarian candidate goal. Our 500 candidate libertarian candidate. I'll share this.
Okay. I was hoping,
I'll share this with you.
I saw the typing, I'm like, oh my God.
And Adopt, no. Adopt, defend the guard as a policy strategy. Does that work?
It sounds
clunky. Okay, so that's my motion. Adopt the following strategic plan. Adopt the following 3-year strategic plan. Aim for $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Recruit 500 libertarians to run for winnable races. Run in winnable races. Grow membership to 17,500 members in 3 years. Adopt PDR in connection with our 500 libertarian candidate goal. And so adopt defend the guard as policy strategy. First, and
I would rather change the defend the guard thing adopted as a issue coalition strategy around affecting public policy, something like that.
okay, as an issue coalition strategy.
You ready
to
to
affect public
policy
policy.
meeting?
Madam Secretary?
Here's my concern with the PR,
Okay.
is taken literally, it conflicts with the bylaws obligation of supporting and running a presidential candidate. Because radical decentralization really means like that candidate doesn't matter.
That's why I said adopt it in connection with our goal of running 500 libertarian.
But that seems still being local. It just, I'm just throwing it out there.
All right, I mean, I respectfully disagree, but you're fine to have that view on it. Mr. Bracco, Mr. Nikhil, and Mr. Red.
So on the last page of the PDR presentation, the year 3 and 4, it does reference the presidential election. The specific quote is the presidential elections represent our best opportunity to recruit the party across the country and replenish the membership and funnel them down the pipeline of this strategy.
Hold on
To
one
me,
second.
that does not sound like we're not running the presidential
It was on
candidacy.
the last page of
That's
the-
correct, page 33.
Are we out of time?
Yep.
All right, what do we want to move to extend by 5 minutes? Okay, moving to extend by 5 minutes. Any objection? Hearing none. All right, Mr. Nikhil. I did. And Mr. Gann seconded. And we're on to Mr. Nikhil.
So I just want to speak in favor of PDR. We ran something similar in Florida called Operation First Step. It's honestly this whole thing is nothing new. It's been tried over and over again in different states. And in 2020, I believe it is 2020, we got about 30 seats. These are city council, 2 mayoral seats, county council, city council, special taxing, community development districts, all kinds of stuff. Not just soil and water board. Although we did get a few of those as well. And so the strategy worked. So I really commend the strategy. I think it's going to be something that's going to fit in nicely, not only raising money, but getting candidates elected. So I do think it's a solid strategy.
Mr. Redpath.
Well, I don't know if some of what I'm going to say is out of order or not, but stop me if you think it is. First of all, with respect to this project, radical decentralization, I think it's a worthy project. I really don't see it as a strategy. I think that first of all, there are a number of potential problems. One being the Dillon rule. Are people in here familiar with the Dillon rule?
The what?
The Dillon rule, right? 31 states are Dillon rule states, which means that that local governments are only given specific powers by the state, right? And then there are 8 other states that have Dillon's rule to another certain extent. So literally the powers that local government officials have are only granted to them by the state, the body above them. I think also that again, Adam may have a different experience. My experience, being an activist in the LP, I see people have ideas about what offices they want to run for. They come and say, I want to run for this, or some of them are local, some of them are higher offices. We need people, we need non-embarrassing candidates running for all levels of offices, both federal, state, local, you name it, running as many candidates as possible. I also think that it implicitly endorses the theory of bottom-up party building. I don't think that'll work. I don't agree with the implicit, not endorsement, but supposition that the way to build the Libertarian Party is from the bottom up, so to speak. I highly question whether that is feasible. And the other thing is that local offices are largely managerial. The lower you go in government, the more managerial the offices are. And I think we need to speak out, win or lose. We need to speak out on the great issues of the day. The public knows this through our candidates. Our candidates need to speak out on the great issues of the day for federal, state offices, whether we have a realistic chance of winning or not. I'd also say the other thing, as a part of any strategy of a minor party, and we are the #1 minor party in the United States, and we have been now for over half a century. Any sort of, I think, strategy worth its salt has to involve trying to change the election system in the United States. I really don't see any path to us being a major party without some sort of adoption of proportional representation in the United States to get away from single-member plurality voting. I think we're stuck with the R's and D's as long as we retain that system. I think it's very important. If I have one gripe with the Libertarian Party over my time in this organization, it is that we have a wall on this issue as an organization. And it's so vitally important to the future of this party, the electability of our candidates. I think that there is a wide libertarian movement. We are a part of that libertarian movement. We're the only explicitly political arm of that libertarian movement. And I think we should work as hard to change the election system to make our party electable on a widespread basis. We should work as hard for that as we do in promoting libertarian public policy issues. Those are my comments.
Next we have Mr. Gordon, then we have Mr. Benson, and then Mr. Robbins.
This is obviously a huge philosophical issue. I obviously respect the position. I know many times that you're a reason why a lot of this is happening. We don't. I guess the simplest example I can use is that our ability to change the electoral system in Rhode Island is happening as we speak, and we have the endorsement of the Secretary of State for extensive engagement in hyper-local politics. The Libertarian Party, on a national level, has made 53 years of incredible volunteer work, an incredible amount of money, and made absolutely no incursion whatsoever into the hearts and minds of the Islanders. I've lived there for 30 years. I've been involved in politics over 20 years. And I'm talking about some of the lobbies. I create laws. I work in the media. We have, despite all that effort, we have failed to pierce that national bubble. And it's becoming harder because of the increasing expense of being a national party. Now, obviously, there are situations for ballot actions where we need presence at federal races. Clearly. And we have to respect those. But at the same time, we don't have candidates capable of running against career politicians. And when I say career, I mean from college forward, because simply we don't have the people who are educated in terms of actual government experience to challenge the government. A perfect example of that, close off is when I was doing the BMV show, we constantly ask candidates about how they go through the school system. It's an indoctrination factor. Then I'd ask the next question. And I say, well, how do you local finance school systems? Most of them didn't know because they simply don't have the ability to compete right now on a knowledge or experience basis, on a reputational basis with the technocratic nature of government speak, and actually, our competition literally breeds people from birth from the age of 21 to go out and run the government. So I just can't feel strongly enough that the future of this party has so much in our ability to get people experience at the local level. These people who typically aren't political types
to engage in type of brand building on an individual basis and brand building necessary for the Libertarian Party on a local basis. They can get that experience and build an organization surrounding it. So obviously, I feel very strongly I differ. Again, I respect your tremendous experience.
Time is expired. There we go, vote unless someone moves this.
What's the motion you deserve?
The motion.
The motion is to adopt the following 3-year strategic plan. Aim for a $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Recruit 500 libertarian candidates to run for political races. Adopt PDR in connection with our 500 libertarian candidates goal. Grow membership to 17,500 members in 3 years. Adopt the regard as an issue coalition strategy to affect public policy. Mr. Bracco?
So the 2 million and the membership, are those on the same timeline?
Yes, 3 years,
Okay.
a 3-year strategic plan. And PDR is only adopted in connection with our 500 candidate goal. It is in scope. It needs a second.
Second.
Is there a way to project them on the screen?
No, Chairman doesn't have it after, what the deputy said, you can look at the law.
Is there further discussion?
Oh, then that was.
I need whoever else has a concept.
Yeah, I have one.
Yes. All right, there is further discussion, then we're gonna need, to extend time.
Move to extend for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, it's 3:26.
Mine's very quick.
Is 10 minutes maybe too long?
I feel like 3 minutes.
I think 3 minutes might pass, but we still have other things on the agenda, and our secretary's listed the floor, and I.
So we have a hard stop at 3:30.
4 minutes?
All right, so move to extend time by 3 minutes. So have a second?
Second.
Okay, any objection? Okay, hearing none, time is extended by 3 minutes.
There we go. Hold up.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is that, Mr. Bracco relieved my concerns that it explicitly talks about how the presidential plan works with PR. Because I do think that was a real concern, but he pointed out to what it was addressed.
Mr. Benson?
Yeah, I just had a question about the Dillon rule states. Because, like Florida, we're home rule, so we have a bunch of municipalities that are incorporated, and they can set rules to some extent on what they can do. So in Dillon states, it's not like there's no way that a municipality can say.
I'm not going to claim I'm a Dillon rule expert, but it is my understanding, for instance, Virginia, where I lived for 34 years, is a Dillon rule state. And I'm pretty sure it is explicitly the case. Local governments only have the powers that are granted to them by the state government.
Yeah, but if there's not a power that's granted, the municipality can, do what they will. If it's not enumerated, right? That's what I'm.
No, I think it is my understanding the powers granted to local governments are enumerated, and those are their only powers.
Okay.
Anybody, yep, Mr. Voss?
I would comment, I think we would still have the fact of having local elected libertarians, that we have the ability to influence policy in their realm, whatever that is. And inside the PDR document, there's a spreadsheet that delineates the Dillon status of every state, and it's in the spreadsheet, it's actually documented. So that's been thought of.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bracco?
That link is on the second page. That you're talking about. And just for scanning through it quickly, it looks like about half of the Dillon rule states have some degree of home rule for cities, and even a few for counties.
Very good.
Yeah, my counties are home rule. No, I'm actually.
According to this spreadsheet, Colorado itself is home rule. No?
But Castle Rock is.
All right, Mr. Deanna?
Doesn't make sense.
Mr. Deanna has called the question.
Maybe.
I moved and seconded to call the question. Any objection to calling the question? Hearing no objection, the question is called. We are gonna go to a roll call vote. This takes a majority. we'll give our secretary a moment until she's ready.
And this is to adopt the strategic plan.
Yes.
Madam Chair, just leave there, I'm seated at this time.
Got you.
Mr. Boss,
Yes.
did I say your name wrong?
No.
Mr. Gar?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bassett?
Like,
Issue?
like he had one of those versions.
Mhm.
We'll deal with that. Mr. Rocco?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Hayman?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malagon? Mr. McGee?
Yes.
Mr. Nana? Mr. Michaela?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Mr. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Vincent?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Ms. Anascavich?
Yes.
Mr. Malagon?
Reason for abstaining.
I'm sorry?
Reason for abstaining.
Okay. Madam Chair, it is 14 yes, 1 no, 1 express abstention.
All right, chair's not need to vote, motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
I will get you a list, I will get that with all of the comments that we had, fleshed out a little bit, you know, less like notes, more professionally. Yes.
We're going to at some point, get the other one, session where the time is out. So, and obviously what we just passed is very important. Should we or be part of the desire kind of meeting, or are we trying to really actually?
I think there is, I think what I'd like to do is take a week or so to type it up, present it, put my notes on it, send it out, see who wants to get on that working committee. Start drilling down, it's gonna probably involve increasing the staff. I need to figure out how much time they need and all of that good stuff. All right, I'm trying to jump back to our agenda.
Well, there's new business without previous notice, which isn't an automatic, it's an open.
All right. Does anyone have new business? Mr. Heyman?
I'm sorry this is so late, but it's not my fault. I think we have a big problem that we need to deal with. I have a motion to make, I think we need to discuss it, and I really think we need to pass it. I move that this board adopt the following resolution. Resolve that a committee comprised of Jonathan McKee, Pat Ford, and Adrian Malagon be appointed by the LNC to investigate allegations of misconduct by our secretary, Karen Ann Burrows, which, if true, cast doubt on her fitness to continue in office, and that the committee be instructed, if it concludes that the allegations are well-founded, to report resolutions covering its recommendations.
Can you please email that to me and to our secretary?
I have a point of order, Madam Chair. Please go ahead. See if I have the book with me, but under our policy manual entitled to what's considered a fair and impartial investigatory committee would not necessarily be members of the board, and would be members that would be considered impartial or even equally partial to one side or the other. And I don't think the committee that was appointed as that.
All right, let me think about this.
I mean, I could move to amend, if you could give me those 3 names again.
Yes. Jonathan McGee, Pat Ford, Adrian Malagon. And I can speak to my motion if it's appropriate at this time. Oh,
Let me, one second, I'm trying to think about how to do this procedurally. Perhaps, keep it forward. We have a second. It's from Congress. It's regional. While we are sorting this out, if someone has another item of new business, please, without going into detail, signal that to me, hand wave, so that I can make sure that we are on track. It's fine.
And actually, I would like to move to amend the motion that would carry the point of order. If the amendment fails, then I raise the point of order. If the desire is to have a person on the LNC, I would move to add 3 additional persons. And those 3 additional persons would be Mr. Nana, Mr. Malagon, and Mr. Redpath.
Malagon was already on there.
I mean, excuse me, I'm so sorry, I was looking over there, Mr. Michaela, Mr. Redpath, and Mr. Nana.
Before we do that, Nana, Michaela, and Redpath, are they willing to accept if it?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Okay, so that's good. I think that would be a second. And is there discussion?
I would like to discuss it.
Yes, please go right ahead.
We've been down this road before. A lot of this has to do with getting our candidate in Colorado. We know the great upset that there was in the party before. There were 3 people named. I think no matter what happens, there will be great more peace in the party if I'm allowed to add 3 names of people that I've disagreed with on and agreed with on that I think have good reputations within this party. So I'm going to read for you from Robert's steps in a fair disciplinary process. And first of all, say, to not even get a personal heads up, I don't think that's right. I think that goes against everything that we heard yesterday. Honestly, I do. When I kept every promise originally. But let me read here. It says, hold on, a committee whose members are selected for known integrity and good judgment. Now, there were 3 that were selected that were obviously preferred by the mover. I'm not going to impugn their good, their known integrity and good judgment. But I also think that the 3 people that I've asked to be selected are also known for their good integrity, good judgment.
and not to have things look like a witch trial or one through, I'm sorry, that term probably wasn't the best one, I'm not trying to be inflammatory, that this would be much more peaceful for the party.
We're gonna do for and against. We're gonna hear Mr. Payman, because he needs to speak to his motion. We're gonna hear Mr. Deanna, and then I have a comment. Mr. Payman?
I'm obviously much rather have the three than me, but I can see merit in Charles's argument that she should be able to add some. I think it needs to be an odd number for obvious reasons. I would suggest two.
That is what I was going to say. That it needs to be an odd number, and I think it would be a good look for everyone to let two of those people be at least two that are secretaries. Mr. Deanna?
My question is, not for next level, what, as somebody who professionally may serve on this, what are we investing in? Exactly. You could maybe you guys could, maybe state the answer. You guys answer the question.
It's very vague, I'm sure. I was gonna be a little bit more specific when I spoke to them. Resolved that a committee comprised of Jonathan McGee, Pat Ford, and Adrian Mao and be appointed by the LNC to investigate allegations of misconduct by our secretary, Karen M. Harlos, which if true, cast doubt on her fitness to continue in office, and that the committee be instructed if it concludes that the allegations are well founded to report resolutions covering its recommendations. It's not the right time to submit all the evidence to the committee, obviously, they'll seek their own. But it's all the things that have happened. I mean, there's a reason this is coming from Region 1, right? Over the course of my time on this committee, I've enjoyed very much working with Region Silos. The behavior I've seen over the last couple of months on social media, on YouTube, on the business list, and then perhaps most disturbingly, an action she did in the conduct of her role as secretary, which might very well have legal ramifications for this board. I think this needs to be investigated, and we need to take this very seriously. If we do not, we are not upholding our fiduciary responsibility. This isn't some witch hunt. And
I used the wrong term.
And I'm sorry that I didn't, warn you or something, but to be honest, a whole bunch of people in this party felt blindsided by you based on your very emotional behavior. I think you got very upset and you did a whole lot of things. And that's why I feel like this is important to do. I don't know what the committee is going to decide, but I think this board needs to seriously look at what's happening and take responsible actions to protect us.
Guys, I'm gonna move to extend by 15 minutes. At that point, I'm gonna check in to make sure that we're not losing people in the room and doing things without their presence. Does anyone object? Okay, Mr. Watkins, you can reset.
Sure.
We're gonna go to.
15.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Michaela because he hasn't raised his hand first yet, and then we're gonna go to, we're gonna ask a question with Mr. Hands going back for a second. Mr. Michaela?
So I've been in an executive role in a large business for over 10 years. What's that? Oh, sorry. I've investigated general managers for different levels of conduct, sometimes criminal. I've at one point had to suspend friends of mine. So, this is nothing new to me. If I serve on this committee, I'd be happy to do so on the board in the most impartial, professional manner as possible. And I've also been on the board for 10 years, and so it's something that I could add some value to if this moves forward. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Michaela. Mr. Hernandez, you had a request for information.
I've never read the regional agreement.
Can you speak up a bit?
I've never read the regional agreement, but I'm curious. I'm sure one state certainly is in favor of this question. Was this a collective decision of all the states in the region? Is this just something you felt like?
I've taken an impartial reading of the region. I have not discussed it with everybody. Our regional agreement is such that one chair could call a quorum of all the chairs, and then the majority would decide the issue. I feel that this motion is that germane, but if the IC comes back with, a recommendation for removal, I would consult my chairs personally. That's what region wanted.
Did you get feedback from any other chairs?
I've gotten feedback from a lot of chairs, not everyone. I mean, I'm having trouble with the region size people even responding to emails, but a lot of chairs have weighed in. Not all are on board with this, but many are.
Ms. Bartles.
Yeah, I mean, as the author of the regional agreement, it says that all critical decisions, and certainly opening an investigatory committee requires a ballot of the state chair.
You throw the word certain around often.
Hold on.
No crosstalk.
Hold on, slow down. Like, just run it for me so I can keep it straight.
I wouldn't think there's any question that something quite so serious is certainly a critical decision. There's certain things that aren't quite so certain. I don't think I throw that word around too much, but I think on this one, it is I can't see how any regional chairs wouldn't think that trying to open an investigatory thing. However, some of the things you mentioned, our policy manual explicitly removes as grounds for removal. So you said only one thing that could possibly do, and that would be the action in Colorado of turning in certificate of nomination. Our policy manual explicitly excludes even crazy social media commentary. That is not grounds for removal in our policy manual. So you need one thing.
You might be confused. I did not make a motion to remove you.
No, but it's for the investigatory.
Yeah, well, these things matter.
All right, well, let's hear from Ramon, and in the meantime,
But I hadn't done with my one.
Okay.
My other since it's not a removal motion, it's for the step in an investigatory committee, an odd number is not important. Because even in an investigatory, all 6 could say, nah, we don't recommend anything. The vote still ends up going to the body. A vote of an investigatory committee doesn't have to be a majority. It still ends up going to the body. But if you want an odd number, I would say it would be 2 and 2 and then random.
Mr. Garcia?
I was just going to add to the question about if it was just the one state. I do have a letter from the state of Nebraska chair asking for way more than an investigation, which we feel it's kind of way too, it's not fair at this time. That's why we're calling for more of an investigation to see what happened, get more details, and have that recommendation come to the board. So it was definitely more than one state.
Well, that's required in the policy manual.
Okay, do we have a policy manual citation so that
I
we can sort out this? You know, this looking.
I'm not having to
It's terrible. I had to move to my phone. Yes, I'm also trying.
I think, I'm not sure anything in the policy manual matters right now because we're not, nobody's asking for removal.
Correct.
And whether or not they are, I'm not saying they are, whether or not they're violating the agreement, it's irrelevant to this board. I could do something that all of my chairs disagree with my company, but, and that would be up my reach. So I don't know, maybe something exists on that where I'm not sure. But
I found none.
All right, well, Secretary?
Mere criticism, even if harsh, of the policies, decisions, and business practices of the LNC by other members of the LNC shall not be considered harassment or grounds for removal from office for officers and at-large members.
Thank you, and I don't believe that Mr. Lehman is suggesting that that is grounds for removal. I
Well,
think
he mentioned it.
that's okay.
I mentioned a lot
He
of
can,
things.
look,
I suppose
all
it
right,
would be.
let me, yes, let me mediate this. The investigative committee is going to do an actual investigation. And whatever you decide, you know, I'm trying to be careful how I say this because I'm trying to not give you marching orders, but you need to do what you intend to do. Don't come back with a bunch of mean tweets. That's
Don't come back with what?
a bunch of mean tweets. Don't just come back with a bunch of mean tweets. Mr. Malcolm.
Madam Chair, as one of the people that was named as potential member of this investigatory committee, I do think that Mr. Davis is going to be well taken as far as having an odd number. Every committee has an odd number for a reason. Regardless of what the decision comes, it doesn't really matter. I think having an odd number for this committee as well is just, it's common sense at this point. That's all I'll say.
Okay, is there any,
Or we have an amendment on the floor.
yes, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Right now, the amendment, Mr. Bracco?
So I understand the point of having the odd number, but I think perhaps as a compromise, perhaps instead of striking names, it can be increased to 7, which would also accomplish the same goal. My suggestion is if he would accept Mr. Travis Cost, be included in that list of 4, or to make it a list of 4 as well.
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to make a motion to volunteer someone who's
Okay.
not interested.
So it's not.
So I guess it's really a question to you, Travis. Would you be willing to be on this committee as well?
If there's going to be a committee of 7, and the committee passes, I would accept.
Then I would like to move to amend the amendment to add Travis Bost.
So now we're at 7. Okay, further discussion. We are voting, yes.
I'm just thinking about it, 7 seems like a very large number for this purpose. I think 5 is adequate. That's just my opinion. 7 people is a huge committee, I think, so that's just my opinion.
Mr. Newman?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I wanted 3. I think letting quote unquote the other side add 2 more is balanced. I just think 7 was way too big.
Or 2 amendments to,
Yeah, I oppose both of those.
okay. Ms. Barlow?
I accept Mr. Bost. I think that's a good compromise.
Mr. Malaton?
We just went through a similar process for those of you that read the regional court report. I think 3 was already too many for the investigatory committee in California. 7 is way too much. I think 5 is too much. I would oppose both. I think so. It's just going to get cluttered, and we would have a shot.
So we went from 3 to 6 to 7, is that correct?
That's correct. what's next, 9?
Next
Yeah, I
is a
personally would
vote.
have accepted.
Next is a vote. All right, we're gonna vote on the amendments to the amendments. Voting on,
What's that?
oh, yeah, we need to go.
The number 7.
The second amendment.
Yep.
Is it amending first amendment or amending the whole? Or is there a place?
It's amending
First,
my
amending the amendment.
Yeah.
It's the only line.
It's,
So we can still vote on your amendment afterwards.
Yes.
And still vote on the main motion.
Yes, and I can amend my amendment further, or someone else could, if,
well, we're 2 amendments deep.
right now, we have to dispose
Yeah.
of
Just
this
vote
one.
over that.
Okay, we're gonna go to a roll call vote. So right now, the vote is on the amendment to add Mr. Frost. So we would basically be voting on, I don't have the language of this perfect, but it's to have an investigatory committee of 7 members.
Well, it would be to add Mr. Foss.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Well, I
to
mean,
think
the
about
ultimate result would be if all of them passed.
Yeah, so it's,
If this passes, the whole thing passes, so.
No.
No, if
We
this
have
one
to,
passes,
it's
then
got
Mr.
this-
Foss
then
gets
for we're-
added to
we're
mine.
two
and
amendments
those
deep.
We're
three.
amending the
You
amendment.
can't,
The amendment, the amendment, then the amendment, then the main motion.
we're 2 amendments deep, and you can't go like 2 amendments.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm sorry, point of inquiry.
yes.
Is there such a thing, and would this be such a thing, of an amendment being contingent on a further amendment being passed? In other words, this is not, I don't even know if that's legal under Roberts, but this is not contingent upon the next amendment being passed.
No,
It
it
is
is.
not.
It is not,
No,
okay,
we're on it, it's basically a motion to add Mr. Frost to
okay,
Oh,
our
never mind.
secretary's.
okay.
All right. Now, Secretary, when you're ready.
Mr. Foss.
Yes.
Mr. Dodd.
Yes.
Mr. Dasson. Mr. Braca.
yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Amon.
With all due respect to Mr. Boss, no.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes.
I'm not seated right now.
Mr. Malaga.
No.
Mr. McGee.
No.
Mr. Nana.
Yeah.
Mr. Michaela.
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford.
Yes.
Mr. Vincent.
No.
Mr. Watkins. I can't hear you.
No.
Ms. Janice Gavin.
No.
It's 7 to 7 to 1. Oh, Mr. Ford, I'm sorry, you did pass.
I'll say that.
Yes. Take down the 7 to 1.
All right, we are back, okay. It's 4:00. How much time do you have, Madam Secretary?
At the latest time.
Okay, we need to commit to wrapping this up by 4:45 and give it the full amount of time, but also take some compassion on people who need to request Ubers, take a moment and get out of this building. That's what we're doing. So I'm gonna move that we extend time by 30 minutes.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, time is extended. We are back at our secretary's amendment, which was to add 3 individuals. That was Mr. Michaela, Mr. Nana, and Mr. Redpath. And I think, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, like a comment on this. Part of the mental trouble I was just having was with the size of the committee. I think it's very important to clear up one position. Are those sizes, despite what people have stated, the purpose of this committee is to actually have a fair and impartial hearing. As you say, the record is have past. I voted for the alternate, but my support at that time was against the resolution. I just think, I think it's, I'm sorry, I think it's just important to understand that if votes are not cast, the investigation has to take place. And there are gonna be some issues here that are gonna be tricky. When you get to a larger committee, the sheer ability to schedule a meeting where everyone is present becomes very difficult. I'm not opposed to increasing the size of the committee. But when it gets to 6 or 7, you see how difficult it is to get us together on first day. So I would personally prefer, I'm not making a motion, I want to do this on the body. I rather increase the size, but I think 5 is really the maximum. And I'm not really concerned with the argumentation of it, I'm just simply saying that this is something that needs to happen quickly, so it's not dragging out. But it needs to be done efficiently.
All right. Any other comments? We've really already done discussion on this Harlow's amendment, and that's what we're going to be voting on. There's no further discussion. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Well, I would move to amend further. I don't think it's important to have an odd number on an investigatory committee that only makes recommendations that the body doesn't have to. Again, all of them can say no and the whole body can still do whatever. I would say that we then put it down to 4. And now I'm going to say exactly why. Unfortunately, this is, I would suggest that we come to an agreement and I strike one from 1, and that I am asking that Mr. Malagon be striking from mine. He has made extremely rude comments to me on the list, and I don't believe he can be impartial. He just called me a drunk the other day on the list. One of the things on this are people known for, one of the accusations is that I've said whatever things. I don't think it's appropriate to have someone on the committee that also has a reputation of that sort. And I think both of us, when I say both of us, both sides could agree to strike one person and talk amongst themselves and have a meeting.
2 quick things.
Mr. Newman?
Adrian's a drunk. And 5 seconds ago, he called me gay. I mean, he says a lot of mean things to a lot of mean people.
And I'm very honest about it.
Yes.
You are very gay.
I also think he's highly talented, and I think he cares about this organization. He's on my list. I want him on my list. I'm happy adding him to 5. I know Ms. Harless doesn't think it matters about odd or even. I think it does for obvious reasons.
Let me say this, and then we're gonna come back to the site. Something that we spent the last 2 days on was a lot of focus on respect. And in addition to due process, which I'm trying very hard to facilitate right now, and I appreciate you guys also doing that, we need to be respectful here on out. During this process, no name calling, none of that. I think that will help. Doesn't undo what's been done in the past, but we can start now. Mr. Newman.
I don't think Ms. Harlow's made a motion, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. I would like to amend the current amendment to strike Mr. Malagon and Mr. Redpath. The new 4 would be myself, Mr. Redpath, Mr. McKee, Mr. Ford.
Redpath,
And I can speak to why I selected, not so much Malagon, I did that just a suggestion, but Mr. Michaela is already serving on EPCC, and that might be a little weird, I guess, investigating another board member. So it has nothing to do with him personally, I just feel like.
I'm not gonna argue on this. I'm trying to think about, here's a concern I have, and whatever happens, happens. I need support with financials right now. And I was a little like crestfallen when my treasurer was taken. And if it is what it is, then I'm gonna just like continue to work with this, Scavenge on the financials. I was a little like, on that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be my hope that the seventh
Well, it's also my hope that it doesn't take 72 hours, because I think that is probably not like the best job, if that makes sense.
Not enough.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, not in front of you.
Okay.
Good morning, maybe I put this up before, is the purpose of this committee to provide an investigation, or
It's an investigation.
that the purpose of the committee is not to actually vote on?
It's to make a recommendation.
You will deliver findings and a recommendation.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Malagon?
So just to speak to these qualifications, my qualifications for this committee. So again, we just went through this process in California. I selected 3 individuals that I believe to be impartial. Nothing happened. They did their investigation, they did their job, and a resolution passed for assent. That was it. Okay, everyone can see that on the report. So on the IC during last term for Mr. Decay, and again, Region 1, what the hell? What's up with you guys? But again, for that, and I'm just going to say again, that was all the region reps were on this committee, and I know that that was an expedited process of 72 hours. But it was incredibly difficult, even in person, to get everyone on these calls to do everyone's job appropriately. Again, with the 3 members that we did it with in California as part of this committee, and mucking this up with too many hands in the cookie jar. I think Mr. Nana's point about Mr. Mikhail well taken. I don't want to speak to that. I don't know what the intertwining things are between EPCC, and I think we got a little bit of that last night, but that's not ridiculous. So yeah, I don't have any concerns about my ability to do a job. Again, at this point, it's an investigation. Nothing else has happened. Everyone will make a decision based on whatever the IC does. So again, just want to remind everybody what the motion that Mr. Ethan brought forward.
All right, 1 second. Do we have anybody arguing on this side? We'll hear from Ms. Harless, and we're going to jump over to Ms. Scavenge.
Somebody on that side.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't see an issue with Mr. DeKiller being on the IC. That's what the EPCC would do, would be to investigate something when we have a complaint. I don't think this is separate because we would not investigate board members. That would go elsewhere. So maybe he has experience, obviously. So I don't think that's an issue.
Mr. Taylor?
The only thing too, I was actually just appointed as chair of an investigatory committee for Florida over a criminal investigation / civil investigation with a couple colleagues here that are actually in the room, and we were successfully able to get through that pretty quickly and efficiently. I don't think this would interfere with EPCC work, but I do think I could do the job of both if I'm on the committee.
Thank you. Mr. Heyman, and then, well, hold on. Let's hear from.
I named the 3 names, Mr. Gala, I named down there, I think Mr. Deanna's amendment was just in the spirit of making it smaller. It was in the spirit of making it smaller. One of the qualifications is that everyone in the process believes that people will be fair and impartial, not that person themselves will be. Some of the comments Mr. Malagon made on the list. Do we want this to appear certified members or not? Why don't we just pick these 4?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, the reason is, maybe I'm just old fashioned and silly, but I truly believe that odd numbers here are important. I picked these 3 because I trust them to do a good job doing the investigation. I also believe Mr. Nana to do a good job as an impartial investigator, as well as Mr. McKayla. For all I know, Mr. Redpath could as well. I'm not as familiar with him. I am familiar a little bit more with these two gentlemen. I would accept those 5. I want an odd number. My original motion was for 3. And if I have to, I'll fight my way to just have those 3. But I do think Ms. Harlow makes a good point that she should have members that she thinks would do a better job investigating than the 3 I picked. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna argue for an odd number, and I would accept those 5. Mr. Nana, Mr. Michaela, and Mr. Malian, Mr. McGee, and Mr. Ford.
I think we're 2 minutes deep right now, and we're at Red Hat, McGee, Deanna, and Ford,
We were at, we described Mr. Mallon, not Mr. Duval.
which puts us at Red Hat, McGee,
Right.
So we can go back and forth. We can go to a vote on this. We still have 20 minutes, so I'm not rushing you, but I am trying to guide you and steer you towards closure in 20 minutes. Mr. Nana?
I call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. We're going to go to a vote on this amendment, which is to strike Michaela and Malazan. And when you are ready, we'll do a vote.
Second. Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Mr. Dar?
Yes.
Mr. Bracco?
Yes.
Mr. Ford? Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Damon?
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Maligan?
Nay.
Mr. McGee? Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. McHale?
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Vincent?
No.
I'm sorry, I have,
No.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
And then, oh, okay. Mr. Ford passed.
I vote no.
I didn't vote.
Oh, God, sorry. Ms. Anascata?
No.
I have a motion.
Wait,
Oh, it didn't pass, it was the same as before. I have
an amendment?
it's an amendment via substitution to appoint a committee of 5. And that committee of 5 be Mr. Nana, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Ford, Mr. McGee, and Mr. Frost. It has 2 that I've chosen, 2 that the maker of the motion has chosen, and somebody I think everyone thinks is pretty neutral.
I'll speak against, I oppose this.
It takes a second. Okay, go ahead.
No, if we're gonna have 5, I want the 5, I just mentioned previously. My 3, plus Mr. McHale and Mr. I oppose any other alteration. And I'm happy to try and get this vote all the way down to just a 3-member committee, that's fine too. But I choose to get done. And I hope everybody who's voting is taking seriously the risk that this board is under currently. If we don't do anything, we are in jeopardy, and we're going to look like we're fine with everything that's happened over the last couple of months. I think we need to, and I don't know if it's appropriate to be talking right now, but I think we need to do something to not be derelict in our.
Mr. Nana?
I want to back to all this, I call all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nana. All right. Okay. Any objection to calling one question? Now, we're going to vote on,
Well, first, okay, it gets complicated. First, it is, right, well, first, it's shall the substitute motion be the main motion. And then you have to adopt the substitute motion.
Okay. So are we voting?
We're voting on whether or not to make the substitute motion the main motion.
So here's where you're at. Madam Secretary, do you mind repeating your substitute motion?
I'm sorry, I got it on the tabs open. Actually, I don't need to put the substitutes in order. Because we never dealt with my original motion.
We didn't disclose your original.
Actually, no, it is in order if I do a substitute to my amendment. Right.
Okay, that's fine. It's a squirrely way of getting there. Okay, so this is, can you read off the names? We have Redpath, McKee, Boss, Ford, and Nana.
Yes.
Nana, Redpath, McKee, Boss, and Ford. This is a substitute motion.
It's a substitute to my amendment.
Okay.
All right, when you are ready, to be clear, you are voting on the substitute. And this is for a committee. We are not doing a trial here today. That's not happening.
Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Mr. Dar?
Yes.
Mr. Bracco?
Abstain.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Heyman?
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malaga?
Nay.
Mr. McGee? Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. Michaela?
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Benson?
No.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
Ms. Janice Gabbard?
No.
So that did not pass. So now we're back to my original amendment because the substitute
Substitute to your amendment failed for on the amendment.
now,
What's the main
the
amendment now?
original with sense.
I am going to call all previous
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna vote on, now we're voting on the substitute motion that had a 6 person.
Well, that added Michaela, Redpath, and Nana. Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Mr. Dar?
Yes.
Mr. Bracco?
Pass.
Mr. Ford?
No.
Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Heyman?
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malaga?
Yay.
Mr. McGee? Mr. Nana? Mr. Michaela?
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Benson?
No.
Mr. Watkins?
No.
Ms. Janice Gabbard?
No.
I'll
So that
abstain.
did not pass. Oh, right,
I'll
no,
abstain.
no, Bracco abstained.
No, I initially passed, but I'll
Oh,
abstain.
District Court, did you vote?
yes. So now we're back on the original motion. Excuse me, the original motion of Greg.
What was the count?
It was 682. So no, we're on the original motion.
Yes.
Is there any way at this point, I haven't said road control.
What? We can
You got
Sorry, I am not the expert on parliamentary procedures. I understand it goes to 12. But is there a way to go back to the resolution where there would be 5, with the 3 or 12 points? You have to vote this
All
whole thing
questions.
down, and then you can resubmit it.
All questions have been,
So you can vote the 3 down and resubmit it.
Or with the chair's permission.
last one, and then we got get this.
Parliamentary procedures there for the body to do what it wants. If the body does not object to what you wanted to do, you have to state it more clearly. But that's the point of procedure, otherwise we would vote on it.
Alright, we need to move to vote on 3, because I am seeing that that's what we need to do, and if things come up later in time, we will revisit them. Alright, we're going to vote on the main motion.
So what are
It
we
is
voting on?
to appoint Mr. Ford, Mr. Malagon, and Mr. McGee to an investigatory committee.
Mr. Hayden, would you please read back your original motion?
Yeah, I think I emailed it to Sharon, so.
You did.
But I will read it again. Resolved that a committee comprised of Jonathan McKee, Pat Ford, and Adrian Malagon be appointed by the LNC to investigate allegations of misconduct by our secretary, Karen Ann Harlow.
I think we're all. Sorry.
Cast doubt on her fitness to continue in office, and that the committee be instructed, if it concludes that the allegations are well founded, to report resolutions covering its recommendations.
All right, thank you. We will proceed to a vote.
Mr. Voss,
No?
Mr. Dar,
No.
Mr. Dennis, Mr. Braca,
Pass.
Mr. Ford,
Pass.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Heyman.
Yes.
I will vote no. Mr. Malagon,
Aye.
Mr. McGee,
Aye.
Mr. Nana,
No.
Mr. Michaela,
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath,
Pass.
Mr. Rutherford,
No.
Mr. Vincent,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Ms. Yaniscavich,
Yes.
Mr. Braca,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
I vote no.
That passes. 8-6.
All right, the vote total is 8-6. Chair is not voting, the motion passes. 423. I have one item of new business. Does anyone else have any new items?
I actually do.
You can go ahead. I will do it.
I don't want to put, well, first of all, I'm going to say to everyone that getting our candidate on the ballot is about our students. Anything I've said on YouTube or on Twitter for our policy manual is not part of this. So all we are talking about is specific economics. I do not want
Madam Chair, I
to.
object. This is not new business. This is good.
I'm prelude to a motion. I give you the motion first and then.
Can you please let us know what your motion is?
Yeah, my motion is to set a time limit on this investigatory committee to deliver its report, because otherwise I just think there's great drama in the party.
And the time limit would be 1 week.
Do you want to speak to your motion before?
Yeah, that was speaking to it. There is one issue. It shouldn't take much longer than a week for a group of 3 people to do so.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
I'll
so
second.
I'm gonna say though that that is mischaracterizing Mr. Damon's motion. He did not say that that was an issue. And I don't want to characterize or color an investigation before it happens. And when this was mentioned to me earlier today, I gave them instructions to not do that and to actually do an investigation, and I want that to be the thing that happens. Mr. Nate.
Making no comment about the content of the investigation.
Louder.
Making no comment about the content of the subsequent investigation. I agree with the secretary that it needs to be done rather quickly. So I have a question, and depending on the answer to that question, I may have an amendment.
Okay.
What is the bylaws required notice for a trial? Should the report be given back and then somebody make a motion to review?
30 days.
30 days.
30 days. This is not happening quickly. We are not doing what happened before. It's not gonna happen on television.
So my motion, if you would, I have a motion to amend. My amendment would be to increase the time from 1 week to 3 weeks. This would be, this would take us to mid-September, almost the end of September. And then we have to have a budget meeting where I assume if action were taken, this action would be decided. That would give us enough buffer for both sides to present their case subsequent to the motion being made. And also give, I think, the committee enough time. 3 weeks is a while. They could meet once, twice a week, depending on how long they want to meet. I think this is a good middle ground, so that's my opinion.
I would be out of town the last week of September, so please don't plan hearings and things of that nature into that. Deliver a report on the internet, something like that is fine, but I don't want us to be making a meeting into that.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Allen has his hand up, and we're gonna do Ms. Rose.
I would encourage my colleagues to vote this down. We have no idea how long this is going to take. That's the purpose of the committee. It could take a week, it could take 2 weeks, it could take 3 weeks. I don't want to sit here and limit us as to how long this is going to take. The motion was very vague, and we don't know exactly what's being investigated, hence the committee, right? So I can meet with Mr. Ford and Mr. Ruki as soon as we adjourn here, and we can start compiling a strategy as to how we're going to do this. For any of you that have read my regional reports, my chair's reports, or the convention report for California, I am incredibly thorough. I think the shortest report I've ever had is like 20 pages. I'm not saying that this is what it's going to be, but I believe in doing a good job. So I don't want to limit the committee and put it on a fast track or a slow track. It's going to take as long as it takes. I'm sure it's going to cause drama. I'm sure people's heads are going to explode. But that can't influence the committee's work. In order for us to do a good job, we have to do it in the time that we need to do it. And we don't know what that is yet because we haven't started the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Malanon. Also, I think I might have said earlier that it was 30 days of bylaws notice. I think that it's not technically in the bylaws, it's in Roberts. And then there's also some guidelines in the JC. So that's we went from Malanon to Humana. And so there's Mr. Heyman. Mr. Nicola.
A proper investigation takes at minimum several weeks, sometimes longer, sometimes ongoing. I don't think 1 week would be enough time to properly perform an investigation. If this committee is going to put an investigation, my recommendation would be, if it does wrap up in a timely manner, to perhaps present it at our regularly scheduled October meeting, potentially, if it shapes up that way.
October, November.
Does anybody else have anything? Here,
I mean, I just know.
Mr. Ford.
Very briefly, as of now, on the committee, I want the time to be fair. I don't want this, just as much as the appearance of dragging it out and seem unfair. I don't want anyone to look at this, this what they're doing on phone. I don't want, this has to be spotless. There has to be integrity there, and no supposition on my part, regardless of anything, I don't know that there's any guilt or anything. This has got to be fair. Critical to the future of life.
Ms. Rose, did you have your hand up?
With the body's, permission, I just withdraw my motion. And if Mr. Nano would, withdraw his amendment. Seriously, do we not, feel like arguing it further?
Yeah, my concern is, I think Wendy is right.
I also think it's too fast, but rather than doing a motion, I would like to just ask them to take a little bit more time than we, but don't drag all of this crap into election.
That's
Like just, but I'm gonna just let them use their good judgment
And that's why I like, as soon as we have a game plan, I mean, we will keep the board advised as necessary and confidential, on the confidential list, but we literally don't know, and I know, because I have the same.
I will be out of town the last week of September planning 100,000 person. I will not be.
I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I suspect that they don't want to drag this out any more than needs to be done, but the work has to be started.
If they come to me in 3 days with a list of retweets, I will tell them to continue on their investigation committee report, because clearly that's not what they're doing. Which is, I think, the correct way to read it. But it doesn't look like that's what they're gonna do. You wanna go over here?
I will read it as soon as I'm
And then I would withdraw mine.
Is there,
Serial withdrawal.
thank you. Is there any objection to withdrawing the amendment and motion? Okay. There is no objection, those are withdrawn. I have one additional item of new business, this notice, about how to phrase this.
We might need to extend time.
Oh, you are right. Please extend time by 15 minutes. Mr. Boss?
Gives into what you're about to talk about.
Yeah, Colorado. Sorry.
So moved, 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, so Colorado is very upset about the leftovers, and they're upset about presidential tickets. I'm right in the middle of it, because, and so are you. We passed a motion to give full support to our presidential candidate. That's what we've done. We just raised funds for them, not as much as I would like it to be. We did a fundraiser with them. We are supporting them. We're actively working with them. We have a state affiliate that's very upset with them. It is an awkward elephant in the room. I think what we need to do, and they want this addressed, by the way, which is the only reason that I'm addressing it. I would rather not address it. But I think we need to step out of that situation and let them work it out with our presidential candidates. And if there is a way to facilitate some sort of mediation, compromise, working it out, I would love to do that. And I don't say this as a slight to our Colorado affiliate. I know they're very upset. I know it is very messy. But I do not think that it is a good decision for us to try to get in and slap our presidential candidate on the wrist for something they may or may not have intended to do.
What's your suggestion?
Yeah.
The Colorado Secretary of State has already ruled that the Chase campaign was not a proper instrument for electors.
So the law of the state of Colorado has already determined there is no problem. And I know, well, that, there might be a bylaws issue with Colorado, and the state of Colorado said that's an internal problem in Colorado with the sign application. But as far as they are concerned, Chase properly turned in, because the law says no.
Well, there are all sorts of things that various people think, there are things that have been said in court, there are memos that have been passed.
I have a letter from the state of Colorado.
I don't think any of that's necessary. I think that, I think what I want to do is the opposite of that and step out of it and put it on the record. Mr. Nana?
Is this a discussion?
It's discussion on,
Um,
no. We already did a motion on it, which was to get full support.
Sure, I think, our bylaws do as national organizations to provide for support for our candidates. That's what we should do. And I guess I don't know what your action, recommended action, I agree with you.
My recommended action is to acknowledge that Colorado is upset and to be like, that really sucks, and I'm sorry that things are awkward and weird, because we're in the middle of it. But we have to continue to support our presidential candidates and to try our best to not be in the middle of it. And to let them work it out and hope and pray that they do. And if there's a way for us to facilitate them working it out, great. But I'm also not gonna try to force it really hard, because that's also not a good place for me to be in, because then I am too in the middle of it.
Yeah, I don't think we should be calling our presidential ticket to a first party, Colorado, we should be calling Colorado party, any opposed candidate.
Well, we did try. I did bring them into the meeting right before all of this went down, and they did have a chat. And I wouldn't say, I guess it was, in the end, it didn't work, it was unproductive. It wasn't a hostile other thing by any means, but they did not reach the outcome that they wanted.
Yeah, there's no recommended action we can
Just-
I agree.
Yeah.
Ms. H, to what degree are you able to actually facilitate the discussion between? Because I've spoken to some of the Colorado people who reached out to me to ask me some questions. They said that since July something, they have not been able to get any sort of contact with the chair campaign. I do think a discussion needs to happen.
Well, they had a meeting, and at that point.
Since after the election.
Well, I have not brought this together since then. I speak to both groups separately. But I think at this point, like, they're both capable of reaching out if they want to.
Okay.
I really don't think there's anything that we can do to bring them there, if we can't get them to kiss and make up, that's fine. I do think, keeping in the spirit of the theme of the weekend, I think that what each side kind of wants from I can gather is that they want to be heard. They want the LNC to understand the position that either one is in, without necessarily putting us in the middle of it. Now, that being said, no one knows the region better for regional reps, Mr. Heyman and Mr. Garcia, but I've spoken with Ms. Goodman, Chair of Colorado, as one chair to another, not even an LNC member, because I understand where certain things are coming from. So I can continue to try to work that as best I can in my capacity. I don't want to step on any regional toes. Region 1 obviously has its own thing going on, but I would be happy to continue to help whatever way I can. I'd like to think that I have a good relationship with Ms. Goodman. Keep this as a chair, not even as an LNC member, but that's all.
Do you have anything else that needs to come up?
Well, at this point, I don't, this may be executive session stuff, so tell me that right away, Ron. We all understand the cost of disaffiliation. It's significant on multiple levels, completely disruptive. By stepping out of that, do you feel that the dust will settle and will force Colorado to protect this? Do you feel like stepping away would be actually all kind of sort of things out of dust?
That might be an executive session conversation. I am going to suggest, actually, Mr. Heyman, do they want to talk about this more?
Definitely. Yeah, but I've been speaking to them on the regular, and after this weekend, I'll be speaking to them again. This is a touchy situation, very dynamic, very fluid, a lot of hot tempers are involved, and a lot of moving parts. I don't think we need to do anything drastic right now. I think we need to knock this out.
Mr. Ramon?
Mr. Tremont was here this morning and he asked if there's anything that the board wanted to ask of him and the campaign. And he gave his email and contact information. So it is something that we could reach out to him on and as a follow-up for today and say, would you be willing to talk to Colorado or any other state that has the issues? I don't know if that's something that we're trying to stay away from or it's Region 1 reps that we should be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Yanner.
No, I'm sorry, may I, before we, I do have a question.
I was also not finished. Go ahead.
Mr. Ford, I just want to make sure that your service on this committee that was just formed is not going to interfere in the Rhode Island petition drive. We have 12 days a day. We're going to complete that and it's not going to interfere.
When I go home, I don't get to sleep until she goes there.
I'll call you 3 a.m.
So assuming that everyone is done, I'll move to adjourn to a Zoom meeting at the call of the chair. So I'll have to go.
Can we do
What?
Wednesday night at 8:30? So what we are gonna do if we do that is we're only going to continue new business without previous notice so that we can discuss Colorado. We're gonna go into executive session with them. It's discussion only, we're not coming out with motions. Technically you could, but I think it would take 2/3, so just be aware of that, please don't do anything kind of talks. And let's all have realistic expectations.
Should the secretary be removed from that executive session?
That, we will discuss and address that with her in October. Yeah. And everybody still needs to go, and it sounds like actually there is more to go to Colorado, so it is, you said call the chair, but it's gonna be Wednesday, 8:30.
So you just call it. Right? So that works. So I mean, I can amend, no one seconded yet, so I move. Call the chair with them, so there you go.
Yeah, because it's policy manual amendment. I was afraid this meeting is
Eastern
going
and
away,
on Wednesday.
so they passed that policy manual. So it's technically the same.
Madam Chair, is that
Yeah.
8:30 Eastern on Wednesday?
8:30. Yeah.
8:30.
That's the,
Yeah.
big enough.
You'll see if I make it.
That's the 28th.
Yes, the 28th.
All right, thank you guys. No objection, we are
Is everybody here?
adjourned until then.
No, we're coming back.
As soon as I-
We're going to level up.
No.